Good morning, you guys. I'm in the trenches today. How are you guys doing? Good lord. Hello, Ron. Hello, Ivy. Hello, Cypher. Hello, Himari. Hello, Xeon. Hello, Stellar. Hello, Plushy. Hello, Regnarus. Hello, that one leave. How are you guys doing today? I'm doing, stay hard, exactly. Good God, I'm not looking forward to this, LOL. See, that's the only problem, is like when I schedule, you know, this type of exercise, I'm like, I gotta be prepared, but I'm not prepared. Jace the Ace, how are you doing, my dear? How are you doing? I'm still a little, what's it called? Not used to what's it called? Streaming, so it does feel weird to just talk into silence, you know what I mean? Busy at work, I won't be able to stay too long today. That's fair, that's fair. People have things they gotta do. I gotta grab my water, hold on. And my little, side table. Life might be hard, but I'm harder. Hell yeah. I'm still feeling great over the snake I caught. I thought you said that was an armless lizard. Isn't there a difference between the two? You were strangling that poor guy, you know what I mean? Good, still getting ignored by my girlfriend, but I called with my best friend that I haven't seen in about a year. I mean, if you're still getting ignored with your girlfriend, is technically she still your girlfriend? That's a little suspect to say the least. Same thing, hello debunk user, how are you doing? Let me do some dynamic stretches right now. And get ready for hopefully another 10 miles, which is so funny, because like this morning I had terrible audio problems. And I was, what's it called? I was walking my treadmill, and hopefully these shoes, I got new shoes, since the last one's kind of failed me. Hello Nebris, how are you doing? I'm off the next 9 days. Wow, a little vacation going on here. That'll be fun. Chat, can you tell Kaoza about the dragon? The dragon, Jace Ace. love you. Poor guy snatched, disrupted from whatever he was doing. I know, he looked like he's been like strangled. It was actually looking kind of funny. I need to open my window. Give me a second for my light. I hope you guys have been well. I've been working on that plushy stuff in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm almost completely finished with it, and right when I was about to say like, hey, I'm almost done with the work that you guys assigned me, you're like, oh, we have another project for you. I'm like, yeehaw. Jace's family bearded dragon left us. Aww. That sucks to hear, Jace the Ace. I hope you're doing okay. That definitely sucks. It always sucks when a little pet passes away. I'm doing alright, my dudes. I'm still drawing. That's good. That's good. You're actually pretty talented, all things considered, for when it comes to drawing. All right, let me get this treadmill working. Oh yeah, I got a new treadmill since last time. I got new shoes since last time. Like I said last time, I used, what was it? Saucony's, and they gave me blisters. And for 2 days, I couldn't really exercise. LOL. So I'm trying some Adiagos or something like that. It's like some sort of Italian brand. I do feel already a little bit of what's it called? Irritation in my heels, which I always get with shoes, so hopefully that works. Hey, I'm almost finished, you know what I mean? I was like, oh god. Hearing your voice, KO, makes me relax. That's good, Nebris. That's good to hear. I'm going on a 3-day trip with my school. Maybe I'll talk to my girlfriend there, just maybe. I don't know. I mean, like, if I'm to give it to you kind of real, that doesn't really sound like a girlfriend if they just ignore you. All right, let me switch over to my little walking. Oh yeah, I changed my, because I got a new treadmill, I changed like the little metrics, which is kind of cool. Hold on. All right, move over to walking. Walking stream 2.0. I'm honored to hear your praise. All right, let me turn off this. Let's see if I can start it from here. Can I? Uh-oh, wrong one. Oh. The exercise junkie, hell yeah. Okay, so I already did that wrong. Give me a second. Quick start. Here, let's see this. I think that should work. Let me move myself over. But how are you doing, Alter? Device? Of course, of course. Of course, this thing that has never not worked is of course not working. Good God, today is not the day. I had a tummy ache, you guys. I had to take Pepto-Bismol. Once you find a pair of shoes that fit correct, it's a game changer. Yeah, it's such a pain in the ass to figure all this out. Hit connect. Alright, shout out to restarting the app. Nice device is in running mode. Oh, that's probably why. Alright, stop. Let's try this. Alright, you guys. Yeehaw. 20-mile stream because of delay. Guys, should I run, or should I do 20 miles for punishment for, being 45 minutes late? Alright, there we go. There we go. Alright, see, what I was trying to do this morning is I was trying to fix the crusty audio, and that was not working. So the audio still might get a little crusty as I, go a little faster. You know what I mean? Oh god. It pushed out its wiener. Thanks for the update, that one, Leaf. I really appreciate that. Will we eventually get KO lifting arc? That's a great question. I do like doing squats and stuff like that, but I kind of like how my body looks aesthetically right now. And I've just been like in a really big cardio kick. Why are you treadmill half naked? I'm not half naked. Good lord. Meanwhile, me and Walmart knockoff Skechers, I've been happy. You know what I mean? I have some really, like, shitty shoes that I, bought a long time ago. See, like, look, now you guys can see, like, the distance. You know, because, like, remember last time you just had to, like, take my word? You know? I mean, my model. Oh, it's just, like, a workout top. You know what I mean? You know, you guys can see when I increase the distance. Look at that. And look at, I got my little heart rate monitor up here. So now you guys can see that a little better. I do like doing squats. Alright, let's increase. You're welcome. You know, I can't leave out such a crucial detail. Yeah, I do appreciate that, all things considered. You know what I mean? I didn't even know that. Uh-oh, what the? Oh, it's on top chat. I was like, why is, like, my OBS saying one thing and the other? Look at this bitch non-derogatory getting her shit together. Look at me. Look at me. You know what, you guys? I'm trying, okay? Let me move this audio down a little bit more. Yeah, I'm lucky I got here at time. I thought I missed it. I hope you're doing well, Ivy. How about we sing a song while we're at it? But I would walk 500 miles and I'd watch 500 more. 500 miles is a lot. Guys, do you think I can do 10 miles a day for 10 days straight? I think that'd be kind of interesting. When Tasato Rise, watch the heart rate monitor spike. Oh my god, he's not even here and people are already talking about him. Absolutely wild. His fan base needs to be studied. Tell me you know that song. I do know that song, Jace the Ace. I do, actually. Here, let me move my chat a little bit more that way. There we go. Kinda, by the way, I finally recovered. Okay, so I don't know what you recovered from, but that's good to hear that you recovered. I'm sure you can. Guys, I'm a little slow this morning. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you. Ain't nobody gonna break my stride. Ain't nobody to slow me down. I gotta keep on moving. Retweet. We have to keep talking about your husband so you don't move on to the next... Speaking of, where's Hayu? Where is he? What time is it in Japan? He's on vacation. Tasato! Good god, the fan club. The people aren't here for you, Miss Ma'am. They're here for the shipping like any good... You know what I mean? And I didn't even mean for it to go this path, and yet here we are. Probably night in Japan already, if I were to guess. I really don't know. Oh, where's my phone? Okay, I gotta... Hold on. Let me try pausing it. There we go. Give me a second. I can grab my phone. See, now I can pause it. Before, I couldn't... Whoa. I almost lost my balance. Pause it. There we go. Now play. Easy clap. Yeah, new treadmill. I won't be hitting my arms as frequently. Hello, Jeff Jeffington. How are you doing? If Hayu rejected me, I'm so serious. Everyone's like, don't joke about that. I would kill myself easily. It's Hayu. Anyone to play Who Smelt It? I don't know. Kind of personal. I don't want to make anyone here uncomfortable, so I just don't tell. I mean, feel free to talk about anything around here. And if I'm usually the arbiter of be like, oh, that's not allowed. You know what I mean? But I do try to allow people to talk about their feelings and anything they want around here. You know what I mean? If they don't bring it up themselves, I'll ask them directly. What the hell did you do to DeSoto? That man is demented for you. Absolutely wild. All I'm saying, Zabunk user, is I've said this since day one that this was going to happen. And then it happens and everyone's like, oh, I can't believe this happened. But who's been saying that since day one? Me? No! So my monitor keeps flashing for some reason. I don't think the stream cut out. And I don't know what's going on. Caillou, like Caillou? He has a baby face like Caillou. I'll go with that one. Just took an epic piss. I'm glad to hear, Jeff Jefferson. Everyone else is obsessed with Tasato because they love him. I'm obsessed with Tasato because he's my funniest person. Okay, first of all, he's not that funny. He's like funny to laugh at, but he's like not as funny as you are, for example. Now, who you need to really be worried about is this person in the Discord named Ace. I'll put my phone up. He's really funny. Tasato is just like, you see him do things and you're like, wow, I can't believe somebody would actually do that. That's kind of funny. But see, you are like naturally funny, you know what I mean? Goodbye, sweet world, my beloved Caillou. Dark Virus, who do you like better? I know you have history with Tasato. Tasato or Caillou, you guys? Battle of the husbands. I turned Tasato into a scarecrow, why not? Tasato was already demented. He was a VTuber fan already. That is true. I'm merely taking him and what is it called? Monetizing off the situation, I guess. Also, hello everyone. This is Jeff Jefferson. Yeah, I know, but it's like watching a dumpster fire. You know what's going to happen, but can't stop watching. That's very fair. Hello, show. How are you doing? How are you doing? Am I funny, Dark Virus? See, you're funny, but we're funny on the same level. So it's like, you're funny because I find you funny, but I also find me funny. So that's like the only reason why you're funny. You know what I mean? Ace is my off now. Ace is so funny, actually. I just have beef with Tasato because we mutually hate each other. I don't think Tasato hates you, Ron. I think this is kind of one-sided, if I'm going to be completely honest here. I think this is one-sided. Team Tasato always. Oh god. Just wait till you see Caillou. You know, he's budding, he's growing into it. That was funny. I was like, really makes you think? He's like, not really. Are you obsessed with Tasato because if the answer isn't they're projecting living vicariously, they're wrong. I feel like that's also a very like thing. Like people are living through him, which is very interesting to say the least. You have a KO husband tournament? Ah, now that's an idea. Sato, he's similarly unhinged to me. Not many Caillou lovers in chat. Guys, any Caillou lovers in chat? Sausage is here. Sausage is a little calico kitty. That's so cute. I recovered from a seizure that I had. Recovery's harsh. I have epilepsy. That's why I have a seizure. So I do have a question since you have epilepsy. I heard, I don't know if this is true, because again, like I haven't looked into it, but is the only time flashing lights triggers a seizure is if it's the red and blue flashing lights? Or can it be any flashing lights? You know what I mean? I was amazing. He's actually such a sweet fucking... He really is. He really is. Plan B. Plan B. Sato can't stand me trust. Delusional. Caillou so funny. I'm Team Caillou. I mean, like, think about this. Okay. So here's Caillou. A pilot. Been to like 6 billion countries. Has a lot of money. Is funny, but like in the not an intentional way. Is pretty educated, is pretty smart. The only thing you just kind of have to deal with is his rambling sometimes. Other than that, yeah. You know what, Team Tasato, because he's been here since the beginning. That is true. Well, okay, actually, Himari. Caillou's been here for technically longer. It depends on what you mean by the beginning. Because I used to work with Caillou in the military. So Caillou's like my childhood friend, you know what I mean? I'm a fan of both. Of course you are, Stargazer. I hope everybody can get along. Well, with me, it's any. I don't know. It depends on the person, I guess. Ah, I see. That's very interesting. You get to me 20 subs on Twitch. Oh my. Where is he? I did get one of those subs, actually. I was like, look at that. Listen here. This is my whale. Get your own. Why pit two kings against each other when we can make love? Oh god, it's giving Jeff Jefferson. I'm only team Hayu because he's playing. That's true. That's fair. Hi Himari and Donut Chat, how do you do? Hello Reina, how are you doing? Tasato probably went to Paris and got with someone, then got sent up to Mars where he now resides. Tasato in Paris with somebody else? I don't know if that's in his, let's see, financial responsibility level. I'm watching this feed while eating a donut, LOL. I love donuts. Thank you for watching the show. Let's call it a draw so everyone can be happy. Stargazer, how am I the most aggressive person? And thank you, my dear, for the $1.99. How am I the most aggressive person who wants to fight everyone? You're like, let's just get along. Peace was never an option. Never. Even if there's peace, you gotta make war. Saul's fine, I guess, but he's too popular. You're so real, Jeff Jefferson. You know what I mean? I'm always a person to root for the underdog. You know what I mean? Has Tasato ever donated before? He's done a singular $10 dono, which I cherished. You know what I mean? Hayo, on the other hand, I think he's given me 2 red Akasupas, if I recall correctly. Jace Ace, LOL. You're so funny, Jace Ace. Oh yeah, I forgot, you know, Hayu before streaming her. Yeah, so technically. Sato can't even handle one woman. You know what I mean? And I feel so bad for him, Dark Virus. Because, like, I'm not, like, a beginner-friendly model. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not beginner-friendly. Like, you go through at least a couple girls before you get to this level. You know what I mean? And poor Tasato's trying himself for the first time. Is there someone you forgot to ask? We are mature and love both of them. Alright. Gonna be doing some graduation dress hunting with Big Sis, so student work later, sadly. That's very fair, Reina. That's very fair. Peace is always an option, you warmongering donut. I'll take it. Not around here. Listen here. The Chaos stream. Oh, speaking of war, I gotta debate Tasato in something soon. And I think the topic... Okay, so obviously, if you guys were here for the time versus money argument, we'll probably do that one, but that one's such an easy win for me, it's like not even fun. So if you guys have any very controversial, that we won't get canceled, argument ideas, please let me know. $10 dono versus $100 dono, say day 2. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go now, just some random guy who comments. See you later, Jace the Ace. But definitely not beginner friendly. He's starting off in hard. You know what I mean? Speed running the girl level. I know, and it's rough for him. So sometimes I have to. Bleh. I cannot talk today. I have to show him mercy. I'm immature and root for one of them. I like whatever that sentence meant. That one, Leaf. Reina, VTuber brain made me think of a different kind of graduation. Oh yeah, that is true. Any other VTubers in chat? Look, Tasato will die on the strangest hills. Anything could work. You know what I mean? Adoption versus abortion. I don't know if that's... Oh, like forcing it, like forcing to have a child. So it's basically like adoption or not. Or I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, that could work. You know what I mean? But see, it's like, you know, for example, I'm very pro-choice. I don't really care if somebody thinks opposite. Because, like, you know, at the current stating, everything's pretty much pro-choice. Like, not everything, you know what I mean, though? But so it's like, I'm fine with it. People have different opinions, and I'd like to argue them. But then sometimes, like, you know, people get really, really upset. You know what I mean? Got me in the mood to go walking? Hell yeah! Let's walk together, you guys. Guys, vegetables aren't real. Yeah, no, he was corny for that one. But what was it? I put it in the Discord last night where I was like, this is the topic we can definitely... Oh, government overreach. Should government interfere with addictive behaviors? Like, should they have, like, should they try to cut down on people's addictive behaviors that causes harm? So, like, gambling, food addiction, you know, pornography, stuff like that. Should the government intervene in that? He doesn't believe it. Yes, see, I agree. I agree. I think the government should do more. He's very anti-government, so we can do that one. How's that even comparable? He meant it more so as like, you know, abortion, like you have the right to choose to abort, or should you have to put the kid up for adoption? I think is what he meant, which that's like a very, very common like conversation, excuse me, what's it called? Debate. Wasn't too well this week because my allergies. Had this one Uber driver that totally hated me. So that sucks that the Uber driver hated you, but yesterday my allergies were driving me up the wall. My eyes were so itchy. How I feel when I teach people how to use bootleg Vocaloid. Shout out to Vocaloid. I think that's what it's called. Is it still called Vocaloid still? We'll try to make a PNG tuber design. Yeah, you should. You know what I mean? And just stream casually. It's a lot of fun. Let's see, what am I doing? Should government interfere with addictive behaviors? You're targeting him with, you know what I mean? Because I wanted something, because like, you know, he gets passionate. He gets passionate about these things. You know, I wanted something that can, drive home. What do you mean he doesn't believe it? It was just some like, categorically, he's like, vegetables don't exist because whatever. You know what I mean? You know when people are like, what color is the sky? And you're like, it's blue. And they're like, no, it's actually clear. You know what I mean? But if like observably it's blue. It's like that, one of those types of things. Hello, Owen Draws. How are you doing? I would stream, but I don't think my internet would. Ah, that is true. I have to pay like $200 for my internet. It's a pain. Can you believe that? $200 a month for internet. Wild. I don't really live in a super habited area of Vegas. He was a multitasker, chatting, training, eating donuts, streaming, suffering. Hell yeah. Heavy on the suffering. Well, I do believe in the government either, but I feel like it should control. Agreed. And he was kind of like the kind of person where it's like, you should be able to choose to destroy yourself, which I could technically make the argument for either way. So I think what might be fun, I don't know if he's intellectually strong enough for this one, but we both have arguments for our original sides, and then towards the middle, when we kind of like come to our conclusion, we have to switch sides and then argue for the opposite parties. You and me too, buddy. After suffering with allergies, makes you feel empty though. Yeah, I almost took medicine, but it's like sometimes like Benadryl, like, I don't know, makes me feel weird. Team PNG, says Jeff. My friend said today that he's in an ice storm right now. That's kind of exciting. Hopefully your friend stays safe. I will say so far, what am I in? A mile in these shoes. Not bad. I was smart though, and I took a ibuprofen before I started, so that's probably why I don't feel any pain yet. Either way, I got a break in these shoes, and they feel great so far. Libertarians. I don't really know what a libertarian is, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I understand, like, I don't know, is that politics? It's like, I understand it, but I just don't know the terms for, like, all these things, you know what I mean? Alright, give me a second, I gotta... let me turn on my fan real quick, hold on. There we go. Gotta teach old woman how to draw. Catch you later. See you later, Stellar. I just worked on a starter mode character animation to figure out how my cam exists. Like your camera? That's kind of cool. Libertarians are basically government bad people. Oh, so he would be considered a libertarian. Libertarian as in like liberty from the government, maybe? Maybe that's where that word originates. Dark Virus, are you still here? I have a question for you. My PC camera never used in today. Oh, I see. That means you can do hand streams and stuff like that. That'd be kind of fun. I think on the 18th, me and the crew are all gonna get together. We're gonna collab and do what's it called? A model kit building stream. I have a few model kits I want to build. Nice stream idea, I think. Yes, my dear, it's giving debunked. When's the last time you talked to your BPD girl? And how are you doing with that? I know you've been feeling a little bit down, so I do worry about you. Thinking if I make a Jeff design a little OC design for the PNG. I don't know, whatever makes you feel more comfortable. You know, I've kind of made one character and just stuck with it the entire time. You know? And like a lot of people, I will say, as you stream longer, you'll probably want to change up some of your characteristics, and that's completely normal. It's kind of like how I want like a military outfit, because I'm kind of like, you know, military athletic, whatever. Which, I have been working on my new model a little bit behind the scenes. Not a whole lot, but, you know, it's something. When was the last time I called you, my dear? Probably in the chat like 2 days ago, if I were to guess. And how are you doing, debunk user? You're also one of my problem children. Obviously, problem child number 1. I do want you to call it You relapsed. The person who said he wanted us to hold him accountable relapsed. Like, do you... Okay, so Dark Virus, to what degree do you want to break away from this? You know what I mean? Because like I said, we could talk. I feel like I'm definitely not burning this many calories. It's supposed to be in that weird K calorie thing. You know what I mean? You know, like, do you want us to talk to her or something? Because it's like, this is so unhealthy, and clearly on your own, you can't necessarily handle it. Dealing with her on your own. You know what I mean? How would I pitch this idea to people? It could potentially decrease crime, bad behavior, could save lives. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's literally, Stargazer, that's literally it. Because the addictive behavior contributes to crime. It contributes to, like, people being angry at each other. That's exactly it. And so it's like, this is gonna be an easy clap. See, Desato is too much of a... He has too much of an ego. It's too easy to do debates with him. Too easy. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, midnight snack? I'm a breakfast person. You know, I like to eat a big breakfast. And then usually fast in the evening. Then yes, another one, Pearl Child, that's my title, but I'm working on turning something positive. That's good, that's good. I will say, debunked user, Tasato and Dark Virus are giving you a run for your money, you know? Gives chaos a medicine donut. Oh, and you know that, okay. I'm gonna make you guys like Tasato haters by the end of the stream, I swear to God. He also doesn't believe warning labels should be put on, like, packages and stuff like that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I don't think there's anything that needs to be said about that, you know? Gotta go family time. Understandable, neighbors. Appreciate you being here. Make my PNG tuber as my character who's kind of self-insert. Oh, they're not that important to the story. I just like them. Yeah. You know what I mean? Mine was just original character. I just took it. What? Why crazy? You know what I mean? Everyone who's like, Team Tasato, when Hayu exists. I hope you guys are regretting your choice. I have a design for a VTuber, PNG, but I'm never bothered to set up streaming because IDK, I'd want to do a stream slam. You just gotta take it really easy. I think, like, mostly, probably starting out doing collabs and stuff like that might be the best bet for people. You know, it's very, very, not stressful. Because I know, like, I even got into it myself, where I was like, I have to do everyday streaming, otherwise I'll fall off. And that's not a very healthy way of seeing streaming, you know what I mean? He doesn't believe that, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Back off my title. Sorry, debunked. I'm the one who makes the rules around here. If I say you're not the problem child anymore, you're not the problem child. And you can't be holding on to something so negative, which is, being a problem child, you know what I mean? You gotta strive for more in life. KO's gonna cancel Tasato's curse. You know what I mean? See, that's also the other thing. I have to be careful. Because, like, he's just, you know what I mean? Guys, what do we expect? Okay. Consider, okay, remember what I always say. When we're talking to people or passing judgment, we must consider the source. He was an orphan. And, he, didn't go to college. You know what I mean? He grew up in a very impoverished environment with not a lot of resources that promoted education. And this is simply the result, so it is our job as a group to educate him. You know what I mean? And put you over here. Oh god, my monitor keeps flashing. Why does that keep happening? Yeah, problem child, calm it down. Now we need warning labels because people like me are effing stupid. Yeah. Mr. Debunk, try becoming a problem adult. Yeah, that's true. I pitched this to corrupt government officials. We know heart means squat here. So let me get to the point. They could prevent crime, therefore less prison, therefore less. That's what I'm saying. You know, addictive behaviors are a big strain. So now, okay, so this is kind of a controversial topic, but I am curious if you guys have any opinions on it. So tread softly. But how do you feel about quote-unquote harm reduction kits in areas that are high users of drugs? You know what I mean? It's where like the government, I believe, I'm not super, what's it called? Educated on this. They give out like syringes and stuff like that to do drugs quote unquote more safely because it's harm reduction. What are your thoughts on that? You know what I mean? To me, I have no idea what that means. Okay, so essentially in the drug community, which is like heroin, meth, all of those really harmful illegal drugs that do damage, people believe in quote unquote harm reduction kits where instead of a bunch of people who are addicted to the substance sharing syringes, which is likely to be a more dangerous thing, the government or these nonprofit societies give these drug addicted users clean syringes, clean, I don't know, the tubes that you sniff up cocaine, stuff like that, to quote unquote reduce the harm because they believe the addicted person is going to do it anyway. So at least they're giving them clean devices to do the addictive substance. That's what that is. Here's Jason. Welcome back, Jace. That's bad. You know what I mean? Because like, I'm someone who struggled with addiction. And again, like I said, there are certain things I just won't talk about because it's just like, it's in the past. There's nothing to talk about. You know what I mean? Hold on. And anything that kind of pushed me into the direction of like getting back into the addiction was like super harmful to me. You know, even under the guise of quote unquote, you know, like a soft recovery, it never helps. So it's like, I personally think it's kind of bad. You know what I mean? I think we need to do data if they actually help drug reduction areas. Yeah, that's another thing. You know, I don't know which one would be which. Those are actually helpful, but how would they be helpful, Jeff Jappington, if it like technically quote unquote promotes the usages of these harmful drugs to your body? You know? How about make it harder to accessible than give it out? Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, to me, maybe less spend, like, cause like, you know, all this stuff costs money. Maybe, I don't know. It's a tough situation, you know what I mean? I believe I blocked out my other account, blocked this account on that account. Why is that, Jace Ace? That's like a band-aid to the problem. That's what I'm kind of feeling like. It's like, it doesn't address the bigger problem, which it always comes down to. Guys, answers always comes down to its gray area. You know what I mean? It's not that easy. I feel like that's fine because you can't completely ban drug use, only safe drug use. Same thing with condoms, vending machines, abortions. You can't ban sex and abortions, only the safe versions. I feel like that's fine because you can't completely ban drug use. But shouldn't we try to like put an effort to try to ban the drug use a little bit? That's how I kind of see it, you know what I mean? JK. I think it's a good thing in a way, yeah, especially in places where there aren't any other things. So what do you mean by like other things? You know what I mean? Drug addicts are going to find a way regardless of use substance. I can see the point in harm reduction. I see. So it's like a very polarizing topic. Like, again, just for me personally, again, like even small things remind me about the addiction and just kind of feed it more. So that's just my take on it. All right, everyone, I got 8 crates of ipecac for more on my tab. And now whoever goes the longest without puking gets the last piece of pie in the fridge, says Jace Ace. That's good to know. Do pre-condoms promote intimacy? That's a good question. Do you guys think that? I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe, though. I have to think. Give me a second. It's about POV. 2K probably depends on the individual and experience. Yeah, see, and that's what it always comes down to. You know what I mean? Each person individually. Something annoys me is how teens get access to this easier than the actual FBI agents. I don't know what you mean by this. Do you mean condoms or drugs? I think banning drugs is not the best way to treat addiction, though. But how else would you treat an addiction? Because, like, of course, you can't do cold turkey. That's what sucks about addiction, you know what I mean? Because technically, again, it's just... I don't know, I'd have to learn more about the topic, you know what I mean? I'd have to learn more about, like, actual, like, what's it called? Like, drug withdrawal. Because, like, a lot of people think that, like, when you're addicted to drugs, it's just you're mentally addicted. Because that's a completely different thing. But you're physically addicted. And so by physically stopping, you could definitely damage your body by just stopping abruptly, you know what I mean? No, I don't believe free condoms promote it. Yeah, I think, like, in a circumstance like that... I don't know, though, because, like, okay, so the only analogy I can think of is if you were, like, a checkout at a grocery store, like, there's a reason why the candy bars are so close to the checkout, because it's there, it's easily accessible, and it makes you want to eat it. You know what I mean? So it's like, in an advertiser sense, there's a reason that they do those things, you know? And with certain foods and stuff like that, you get free food with it, because it encourages you to get addicted to the food and eat it. So that's the only thing where I'm like, okay, well... Technically, with sexual intercourse, though, you have to have another partner. So I don't know. I did cold turkey with my sugar addiction, if that's comparable. You can have a physical body addiction to sugar, so it's somewhat comparable, you know. But then there's certain drugs and stuff like that that alter the chemistry in your brain, and so quite literally, if your brain's used to that chemistry that you have with the drug, and you stop that. The sudden stop of the chemistry in your brain can actually do like kill you. You know what I mean? So sugar is a little bit of a safer example to use. The problem with drugs is like it can kill you. Addiction can be rough. I think with some drugs you can't physically get off. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you really have to know, you know, what drug are we talking about? Like, a lot of people think you can't get addicted to marijuana. I think you can mentally get addicted to marijuana. It's just very unlikely you get physically addicted. But I do believe you can get addicted to just about anything because it's a mental thing, you know what I mean? Cold turkey sounds like good with a sandwich, mustard and veggies. I do like mustard and mayonnaise on my sandwiches. Yeah, says Whispering Tangle. Which, speaking of dark virus addiction, what can I do to help you? Dark virus. Like, what can I do? Like, how strongly do you want to break this connection to this girl? Because it sounds like she's ruining your life. You know what I mean? So I need to kind of know, like, at what level you want me to help you. Although vaping was supposed to be the same concept of weaning off cigarettes, and look where they got us, completely new generation of addiction. Yeah. See, that's kind of like, you know what I mean? That's a really good point. Now it's like children. I see these disposed vape... What is it? What are they called again? Vapors? Vaping. Vapes, there we go. I see these, like, disposed vapes everywhere now. Like, you know the, what's it called? I'm moving my mic, hold on. The little cartridge? Yeah, disposable vapes. I see them everywhere now. And it just sucks because, like, these are full batteries that should not be, like, just discarded like trash. I mean, people are sometimes addicted to self-harming, so do we ban knives? It's really gray. I will say... You know, when you go to the psych ward, for people who have addictive behaviors such as self-harming, they do put you in an environment where you have no access to anything that can give you any sort of, like, any way you can self-inflict damage. And they found in the psych ward that that's how you kind of help people stop self-harming, you know? So, I don't really know if I'd say that's a comparative. But I would say, you know... I do believe, for example, if you have a certain level of mental illness, you should not be allowed to have a gun. So in that same circumstance, we can't really ban knives, but I think they should be kept away from people who use them to do self-harm. You know what I mean? Sometimes stores, they bury essentials in the very back of the store, so consumers will be tempted to buy non-essentials first. Exactly. Yeah, that's a proven fact. Okay, Grandma, says that one, Lee. What the... Some companies low-key profit now because they're more expensive and they're disposable too. Yeah, it's just crazy. Any vapors in chat? Low-key, kind of, like, I heard it. I'm a good kid, I promise. I wouldn't actually do it. But I considered it because it's like I heard that it helps your concentration. I'm like, oh, I could use some concentration. Mary Jane is actually addictive and causes schizophrenia symptoms, so I believe in legalizing it. Just have more education on that. And it can cause schizophrenia symptoms if you have pre-existing high levels of dopamine, because it is something that increases dopamine. So technically, an anti-argument to that is a lot of things can cause dopamine, like high levels of dopamine in brain, and thus can be the same level of addiction as marijuana. But also, again, it comes down to like what your definition of addictive is. Do you mean like mentally addicted, or physically, as in your body has withdrawals if you don't have it? Either way, I agree with you. What software is this? Which aspect of it? Because I'm using a lot of software. The bar you see down here is from my treadmill, which I'm screen recording. My model froze. Embarrassing. Give me a second, I gotta fix this. Apparently pause. Yeah, it depends on what you mean on what part of the software. Damn. Alright, why are we doing this, my dear program? The model freezing. Okay. My computer keeps like flashing and like disconnecting my USBs. So I do not know what's going on here actually. What program is this and it crashes? Good God. Yeah, I did it again. Like, yeah, my computer just keeps just like disconnecting everything. There we go. Ta-da! We're back. We are so back. All right. Move you. Put you back on. And I'll continue. Ta-da! All right, I lost the shot. Give me a second. Oh, buddy. There we go. But yeah, so the model capture, my model is Vtube Studio, which is a software that uses to track your movements as a VTuber, which you have to have a VTuber model for. The background is a video I bought online. It was actually a trail walking video, so it's supposed to be like when you use it for treadmills. So it's like you're walking on a trail, but I just reversed it, so it looks like I'm walking away. The little bar you see down here is part of my, what's it called? Treadmill itself, which I'm screen recording my iPad. And the heart rate monitor up here is something called hype rate. And it's connected to my Garmin. Ta-da! I have a friend addicted to marijuana. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Some people believe they can't live without it, which, you know, if it does help reduce anxiety, and they say they can't live without it, are they technically wrong, I wonder? I wouldn't really say so. Wait, the essentials versus non-essentials locations in the store makes so much sense. Information will honestly help my shopping addiction. It's so real. Like, there's a reason why they do all that. There's a reason why they always put milk, the most, like, commonly bought thing, in the very, very back of the store. I need to grab chapstick. Hold on. You know, that way you have to... No, my monitor turned off again! What is going on? I wonder if it's static. What the hell is it? I don't know what's going on, you guys. Poor Chaos, I know, I'm struggling out here. I had to say something again, but it was off topic. Feel free, Raina. And howdy, Pip, how are you doing? I low-key forgot about you. That's great to hear, Pip. I will record that and remember that in my memory. Pip has forgotten my existence. Copy that. Whatever it isn't affecting the stream, that's weird. I know, my monitor just keeps turning off. So it's like, I don't know if it's the static from the treadmill. I don't know, something's going on here. Computer has had enough, it really has. Tough out here. Kayla's will remember this. It was literally etched in blood in my brain. You know what I mean? You're my fave, don't do this to me. Toxic. Toxic. Trying to guilt trip me now. After you said, I don't even remember who you are. It's me, sorry, Kayla, so that's fair. That's fair. My monitors at work would turn off every time I keyed a radio. Hello, hi, you. We were just speaking ill of you earlier. How are you doing today? And what time is it for you, I wonder? BRB says that one leave. I'll give you my Comic-Con posters. I'm not a big Comic-Con person, to be honest. But I appreciate it. I've been trying to get rid of a lot of stuff and reorganize everything. So I'm a little over surplus on the stuff, you know what I mean? I might have someone to do a Mario Kart Race Club video with since it's been 7 years now. I see, Reina. Did you pre-order the Switch too? I saw a video of that Donkey Kong game, a new Switch Donkey Kong game, and I'm like, that looks like a lot of fun. So I think I'll get that game when I get my Switch too. Hi, you my biggest fan, says Jeff Jefferson. I will say, Jeff Jefferson, you might have to compete with Debunked. Bunk is very obsessed with Hayu. Just speaking ill of me, so just talking about... Yeah, just another day. Another day on stream, talking ill of Hayu. It's giving, I have the Switch too. Listen here. I stayed up for 45 minutes in the Walmart queue trying to buy one, and I got one. God forbid, when everybody's living their life playing video games, and I can't because I have severe motion sickness, God forbid I celebrate those things. Oh, didn't you say something earlier, Dark Virus? Did I miss your chat? Let me see. I want to break it. I did see that. Sorry, I got off on a tangent. I want to break it, but it's just so hard confronting her when... Oh! And see, my mouse disconnects. Now I can't see the chat. What is going on here? But you see my monitor is still tracking. Like, my literal mouse is disconnected. Anyway, I just want to... It's so hard. Confronting her wouldn't be something I'd want. Just don't know how to stop and open to it about this because I know it's not good. But I tell myself this at the time. And I was given, yeah, you do. Alright, I gotta... Guys, I'm... Alright, let me pause. Let me go re-plug in my mouse. Good God. Like, my computer, and it's funny because it's gotta be something with the cords. Now my thing's back again. Oh, God. I finally got my console back. What console do you have? I was in school that day. Everyone was busy, so I didn't... I see. I was expecting $500 console. I was not expecting freaking $90 games. And then you see Microsoft recently said that they're going to do the same thing. LOL. I have fans now. This is crazy. Yeah, I don't know what this is about, Hayu, but... in my community, anybody who, like, slightly steps up to me in an aggressive sense or fights back, they get a fan base. Wild. Wild. Switch 2 is overpriced in this economy. I don't really agree, I think it's, adequately priced. I think we're just, seeing the results of, like, our shopping addictions as a society. Because, like, people buy way more things now than they did before in the past. You know what I mean? Oh God, I'm so sorry. I'm so in chat today. There's this thing called inflation, folks. That was 30 years ago. The first time a mainstream title was $60 Superman. Yeah, you know what I mean? A return. Welcome back, that one, Leaf. It wasn't even me that brought up the Yowie too. $90 game is crazy. I do kind of have to agree with that one. You know what I mean? I do find it's a little insane for a game, but I mean, I guess, I don't know. I'm not a game master. I used to see everyone talk about how expensive the games are when games have always been expensive. For me, it's very fun. Yeah. A PS5. What games are on the PS5? My screen is flashing again. Oh God. Chaos is making up technical problems to get away from streaming it. You know what I mean? No, it's very, very interesting. I do have a new monitor. I think it ships, though, a little bit later. That's on the way. But I have a feeling, because like, I did like the cable management where I put all the cables in one giant thing. And I think that might have something to do with it, because it's only my LG monitor that keeps flashing. But what's weird is that my USBs keep flashing too and then disconnect. So I don't even know. I hate Kyoza! Oh yeah, there we go. It's giving raw brokies in this economy. You know what I mean? You guys were like, listen here. You guys were like, oh, gross. Kyoza eats off the discount section at grocery stores. Now who's looking silly? I've been preparing for this. We're Rude people complain about the corporation shouldn't enable the decision to buy, still buying products by them. I think the people, Stargazer, who complained about the Switch 2 prices were never going to buy it in the first place. I think that's what it is. Because, like, even, like, before, because, like, I needed a... I've never had a Switch. So I said since the beginning I was going to buy one. And I bought one. You know what I mean? So I think there's a big overlap of people who complain for the sake of complaining than the people who are actually possible customers. Games and consoles aren't that Nintendo. You mean games you could just play on PC instead? Hell yeah. Time to draw Yowie. AAA games will cost... I lost that chat. In all seriousness, your treadmill is a giant electric motor that's putting out huge... Uh-oh. It went black again. Huge amount of electromagnet interference? You think so? Hi, you save me. I will say... Okay, so how you listen to this? The treadmill is plugged in to the same outlet that my PC is plugged into. Is that a bad thing? It's like on the same splitting, like the splitter. Is that bad? That's a bad idea too. I think so. That's like a bad idea. Well, I mean, it's how many watts is treadmill? Let me look up typical wattage. Show us the plugs right now. It's literally just like it's high power consuming, which is almost certainly is. Uh-oh. We'll see if I let's see if I unplug it, I definitely lose my what's it called? Where I'm at? I'm at 3 miles. It's a giant friggin' motor that puts out a huge amount of torque to push a person. Gonna adopt a lot of magnetism, and this can damage my computer, technically, right? Too overwhelmed and shy. Well, interesting. Let me think here. That's certainly not good. I seriously doubt it's EM shielded, free the computer. Oh god, am I killing my computer, you guys? It was expensive. Alright, so that's... So I should, at a minimum, like, you think that might help it, is... Yeah, that probably explains why everything keeps flashing. I should unplug and plug it into the other outlet at the minimum, right? Because why would they bother? Would they care about profit margins? How you stay on topic here? How you were trying to save my computer, possibly. The cables for USB drives are giant antenna for the EM field. Alright, so my dear plan B, what is the solution? What is the solution? You know what I mean? How can you sponsor a new computer? There aren't easy ones. Aren't easy solutions. So can I just unplug the treadmill into another outlet? Would that help at all? To where it's not directly, because it's literally on the what's it called? The little splitter for the computer. How can you sponsor our computer? Oh, Dark Virus, that was a good one. I forgot to mention. Considering high use computer. That'd be a downgrade. Did chat see my meme I posted about the Gen 2 Switch? I think so, where you say, like, you know, so you can't afford it. It goes back to the Gen 1. I thought that was funny. Would probably help a little, but that won't stop self-generated interference. What is self-generated interference? What does that mean? Okay, now the real question. Okay. Damn. Okay. Damn. They only clean the supply to the PC, but not saw the field coming off of it. Basically, the motor is a treadmill giant spinning electromagnet. And that's what you think is interfering? So it's like static or something? Just by running. What was interesting when I was using a smaller treadmill before. and it wasn't doing that. So I wonder if this one's stronger. Similar static, but worse? Oh my god, you're scaring me here. Alright, well, I guess in the meantime, I'll just unplug this thing. More power. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, guys. You're hurting the poor computer. Yeah, this thing's like a... What is it? I said I paid... Like in the monitor that's flickering is like $1,000 monitor, and the computer itself is like 7,000 or 8,000. Free the computer. Alright, it looks like I guess I'll just plug this into the other outlet in the meantime. Maybe that does something. It's gonna refresh my settings, so just remember, you guys, we had 3 miles already. Give me a second. Hope that fixes some of it. Aw, man, I'm fucked. Damn it. I don't know if I can... see the... John Bryce? Jesus Christ. Long time no see. My computer is acting up. How are you doing? Right? Well, okay, hold on. I'm struggling here. Give me a second, though. Devices that are underwater wraps, last device can handle some interference, but handle better than the others. Oh my god. Will the computer survive? It should. I unplugged the treadmill. But now I don't have, like... I'm gonna have to unplug that and then unplug... Oh, fuck off. Alright, you guys, give me a second. I'm gonna have to figure this out. There are ways to shield your computer, too, and keep the treadmill, but you have to do stuff like shielding on the desk. Can be as simple as grounding mat, being tagged to a ground plug. Oh, okay, I mean, we don't have to necessarily do that right now, because obviously I don't think I can do that right now. But that might help in the future. What sucks is, like, I don't think... Fuck off! I don't think my plug reaches the wall. Or where I need the other outlet. Language, you're right, you're right. Damn. Drawing your computer as a femboy. Why not? Why not? I heard a joke that was about an IT specialist. I was saying the latest piece of technology I have is a printer next to which I have my GVN because it makes... In case... Oh. A gun. That's a good one. Oh dear. Well, I cannot be frying my computer. That's first and foremost. The only thing is, like, there's another outlet I could plug my computer in, but very obviously, that cuts the stream. We don't want that. You have to work with, figure out what works. Arrangement in your room itself is going to be impacted as much. But oh my god. Too bad you can't just take Alpha Girl your PC into slaving like you do most of your... What? Listen here. Listen here. I'm over here dying, and you're like, you know what? Let's take this as an opportunity to carry her while she's down. Listen here, Hayu. You're lucky I'm too brain dead right now to think of a solution. This chat, remember the Cat Scratch show? I do. There was like 3 cats. There was like a big chunky gray one and a big scraggly black one. I remember that one. Huh. I might be one of my favorite, not gonna lie. Hi, it's your time to step up. Usually we had Tasato in here 24/7 and you had this huge fan base. But you got a job, you know? This is your perfect opportunity to seize the crown. Alright, so how am I gonna deal with this? Do I have a power outlet? Hold on, I think I might have... Oh, great! I have a power outlet over here, excuse me, like a extender. But if I... if I unplug that, I unplug my internet. You're doing so good, you guys. May you please say the computer is ribbing you, how thus show our actual affection? I think so, low-key. Finally someone who remembers a hidden gem, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go look for that power adapter, because I know I had one in my business room. Alright, I'm gonna BRB, you guys. Should be too long, I'll sprint. And I'll leave my heart rate monitor on. Right, BRB. Alright, I found a, was it extension cord? Alright, give me a second as I disconnect all this. Another option, like his UPS power supply is basically a giant battery, cleans your dirty wall power. Whatever is the solution, Hayu. Whatever is the solution. You know, that's the solution, that's the solution, you know what I mean? I know how to work for money, I can work that off. Alright, give me a second as I switch all this stuff over. Good lord. You see, the problem is I have to keep my MacBook plugged in to screen record. Blah, blah, blah. Alright. Hold on, now I'll turn it on. Turn this on. Alright, let's see if that works. So now it's at least plugged into another outlet. Will it save my data when I turn this on? Let's see. It did not. Nice. Let's try that. I don't know the wiring your house specs or your treadmill PC power supply. I wish I could say something that would be guaranteed to work. Being honestly and seriously, the problem is really a very situational dependent. Figure it out. Figure it out. Okay, let's try this now. Alright, it's gonna reset my stats, but what can you do? Alright, let's see if that at least... I unplugged it from the main computer one into another one. Let's see if that at least helps a little bit. We'll see. Hopefully, if that fixes the problem, I'm just gonna ignore it and pretend that there's no whatever electromagnetic air interference. But you missed when I told you what ad showed up for me. Sorry, Raina. I was trying to figure out how I can get my treadmill working. What does Leaf say? So we need some cash out of this situation. What does that mean? Yeah, me too. What is that supposed to mean? How many opportunities to bully you? Me? Or Ron? Alright, well, guys, look like we're doing a half marathon today. We gotta get 10 miles one way or another. Group hugs KOs and her PC and her treadmill. I need it, honestly. Like, you know what I mean? And my audio earlier. Let's see. Let's increase the speed. There we go. Beep, beep, beep. Calm down, Jeff Jefferson. Most treadmills are dumb and will wipe when unplugged. Yeah, and it kind of sucks because like I have it Bluetooth to my iPad. That's how you can see the stats down here. But yeah, rip. Rip. I'm literally pathetic most of the time. What do you mean? Yeah, what do you... You guys are always talking about something. You can do this. I'm trying my best. What do you mean calm down? I know how excited you get with computers. Freak. I don't need to squeeze cash out of anyone. I'm comfortable enough financially. Hayu when he takes a moment to humble brag about his financial status. Unbelievable. We love a humble man. And frankly, the idea of making house calls for tech support gives me very nasty PTSD. So you say... Oh god, where are you? Dark Virus, where are you? We got another one. Dark Virus. Yeah, it still says on plan B. Listen here. You don't have to have love involved for plan B. True proof she's a gold digger. I've been saying that since day one. I've been saying this since day one. You see what I mean, Dark Virus? He's already fallen into the same pattern. It's so over. It's so over. I've been saying since the beginning, I don't want to work. The only reason why I allow a man in my life is if he covered all expenses of me living so I didn't have to work. It's that simple. Guys, is that too much to ask? Am I wrong for that? Over implies it ever even started. Oh god. We are not gonna crack jokes. What are you guys talking about? The gold digger was obvious. I like literally said it straight out. Like it's not even like a gold digger. It's like I'm saying this is it. Oh, poor you. Oh, it's just like a little joke in here. They always say poor blah blah blah. Stargazer started it. I dodged a bullet. I was like, here, you know what they say about crazy girls? You know what I mean? Depends on what you're into, you know? I've been putting Tasato through the ringer in a toxic way. He's loved every minute of it, you know what I mean? KO's standards are very high, near unreachable, because she's indeed unreachable too, since KO's amazing. It's that easy. See, everyone grasps it but you, Hayu. Hayu's like, oh, guys, give me attention. I'm very fine where I am financially. Crazy girls, Dark Virus. Listen here, I'm still coming back to yours. Alright, what are we at here? You beat Tasato shitless, yet he's still into it? Absolutely wild. You know, I'm really learning on, I will say again, like my whole streaming experience, I'm really learning learning a lot about what men will put up with. Very fascinating. Ladies, keep your standards high. There's plenty of them to go around, they'll find you. You know what I mean? Anything in 2025, you know what I mean? Yeah, I did that once, got extremely lucky. It wasn't as bad as I think it could have been. I wonder if she had BPD, because that's usually the telltale sign that it's going to go insane. You know what I mean? Poor Dark Virus is dealing with his own PPD girl right now. And boy's going insane. Stargazer's preaching TBH. When you bully Tasato, I imagine him panting while typing. You know what I mean? Men think they'll put up with a lot, but only when they're single. I think it depends on the man. Poor Tasato. So many lads desperate for attention. Listen here, we have a male loneliness epidemic. And I do believe a good majority of it is self-inflicted. But who am I to decide, like, you know, be the person to say, it's this person's fault, it's that person's fault. I just need super chats. That's my only job here. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? BPD, yeah, a borderline personality disorder. It usually stems from childhood trauma. And it creates a very, very unstable emotional and romantic relationship with the individual that can easily suck people into it, because the BPD manifests in such an inconsistent way of their emotions. It becomes addictive, and a lot of people try to the best of their ability, track the trends of why the emotions fluctuate so much, and they just get sucked into the person, get addicted. Dark Virus is currently going through the addiction right now, for example. And whose problem is that? You know what I mean? You're always gonna be lonely if you're obsessed with sex and never have character. Hella self-inflicted. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, but at the same time, I think society is becoming more closed to talking about, you know, the differences between men and women, that we're creating like this barrier between us. You know what I mean? A lot of people think they're more capable of putting up with discomfort people than they actually are. Again, I think it depends on where your dopamine like comes from. Like if you get excited from mental challenges, like for example, I definitely would want somebody I can mentally combat all the time, because I get excited from like debating and like mental challenges. So for me, I think it'd be fine if I put up with someone who had BPD, because it's like a mental challenge to me. You know what I mean? So I have a high tolerance for that. But for me, because I'm also a very, believe it or not, a feminine person, I don't really want a feminine partner, you know what I mean? So I can't really put up with that. So I think it depends on like what kind of person you are. I'm very attention greedy. It's not helping that 9% of my messages are getting missed. Alright, that will leave. I'm trying. I'm trying, okay? You know, I'm having technical difficulties. I've been having them since before stream. My audio sounds like crispy trash, I mean. It's rough today. It's rough today. John Price real. American culture is cursed right now in general. I would love to what is it called? Elaboration on that. Because I'm curious what you mean specifically. But I'd have to agree with you. I almost dated with someone with BPD. Some people can put up with it, some people can't. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, I can tell, like, again, for example, because I'm very self-aware about my BPD, if this person is going to be able to tolerate it or put up with it, or if they're not going to, you know? I'm very conscious about how my behavior and what I kind of end up resorting to sometimes can do damage to people. And so it's a tricky situation. Kabadon? What is that? Is that that thing where it's like one person puts their hand on the wall or something like that? So it depends, Ron. If you're not used to relationships and you're not used to like human psychology and needy people and having a lot of patience, it might not be for you. And hello, Stargazer. This is back from the dead, says Rambling Raina. Welcome back, Raina. And you've been missing my messages before, technical difficulties? Look at this. Technical difficulties again. Isn't that ironic? This sucks! Poor Kaoza. Alright, let me just plug this in again. I think, yeah. So it was the USB again. This is your fault, Hayu. Oh god. This treadmill is literally perfect. Damn. Damn. Here we go again. Person in question would interpret my very normal reaction to basically personal attacks like no. Yeah. So if you're not up to it, like for example, I deal with a lot of little chatters who have BPD very obviously. And I have to have a lot of patience for them. And sometimes like you have to be able to control yourself first. Okay. Guys. Alright, I have to sit here and govern myself for a moment because I'm about to lose my shit. What the hell is going on? It's my fault. My baddest energy is interrupting the stream. My mere presence. Look at this, guys. Dark Virus, do you see this? He's getting a little bit of fanfare. He's getting a little bit of fans now. Look at it going straight to his head every time. This is Tasato 2.0 in the flesh. Damn. Hello, Chaos. I miss you so much. Hello, Viper Biter. How are you doing? I'm having technical difficulties. Oh, God. I'm in the midst of rebuilding my PC at the moment. At least we're suffering together. Oh, God. Stop, Hayu. Tasato 2.0 implies I wasn't like this before. Well, technically not in the quote-unquote community you weren't. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? He's getting comfortable, you know? He's like relaxing his blouse, you know? He's taking off his shoes. He's getting comfortable around here. Guys, that's like the worst when people start like, you're like, wow, this chatter is great. Then you start getting comfortable and it's like a whole different person. You're like, I did not sign up for this. But then by that time, the fact that they've already gotten comfortable, it's too late to get rid of them. Alright. I unplugged my thing one more time. Let's see if this works. I don't know what I'm going to do if this doesn't work. Oh, God. My head is huge. Low key. I think that's why you have such neo-tennis features. Neo-tennis? Neo-tennis? I think it's neo-tennis. And you look like a child. I mean, you're mostly going for Tasato-like people. Yeah, I think, like, again, like, it's very interesting. Because, like, remember when we were all sharing, which, hi, by the way, what is your 16 personalities type? What is it, like, Myers-Briggs personality type? I have no idea what word you said, didn't ask. What is your MTB type? You know what I mean? Like INTJ? welcome to the main class. Hi, you $2 super chat from Dark Virus. Thank you, my dear. MBTI. Yeah, what is that? Unclassifiable. Stop being annoying. And if you haven't taken that test yet, then take it and then tell us. I'm an INTJ. LMAO me. Yeah, because I think, again, like, my personality type, because think about it, like, I'm kind of like an acquired taste. Like, I'm not like a lot of the really, like, ganky VTubers. It's like, let's play Dark Souls in Minecraft. So I'm going to attract kind of like an acquired audience. You know what I mean? Sorry about the donut chat. I was looking for something important using my school ARC account. That was whack for everyone to see. Absolutely whack, Raina. But welcome back, Raina, the artist VP. Oh, brother, hi. You know what I mean? That's what I'm telling you. You got too comfortable. Now the real insufferability comes out. Depends on my mood. I've had multiple different results. Please, I do beg. We at least hear one of the results. You know what I mean? I might go and retake it. Why not? I will say mine changed depending on, like, what emotional state I'm at. Something about relationships in the US, most people assume it's like movie shows, books, when in reality it's complicated, takes work. Yeah, that's also another thing, is a lot of people think, like, it's like a romance novel. It's like, I definitely overplay the whole, like, I mean, take care of me. But I think we have to take care of the man, too. Damn. Guys, it doesn't get easier. Life comes with responsibilities. You know, and everything. There's a downside to everything. Don't even worry if you're gonna be happy anymore. Just worry about if you can get the work done. INTJ, the best one, it really is. Let's play. Okay, so Dark Virus, listen here. I'm trying to become smarter and better. And I think when I what's it called? Collab with Stella on Thursday, God willing, if my treadmill situation works out, and I can even. I'm gonna try doing the dual streaming on Twitch. But I think I'll get, like, a little tiny monitor, like a little tablet-sized monitor, and I'll play my games on that, and that's how I can play it on stream. You know what I mean? It's goofy. But I'll put the game on a tiny monitor, look at the tiny monitor, and then I can play games again. Truth or dare, says paper bag. Truth or dare. Alright, truth. I do like truths. Truth or dare. Remember when I said I never chat with my Rainbow account ever again? Well, during Stella stream, you met that account. Wow, crazy stuff happening in the Stella chat. Absolutely insane. So I said I'm fine with being single, like I gotta take care of me first. Yeah, you know what I mean? And that's why it's like, yeah, I'm fine. I technically am fine being completely single the rest of my life. You know what I mean? Because every single person, if you truly get to know a person, and you truly quote-unquote love them, you're gonna find out all the things that are about them that are quote-unquote unlovable. You know, and you have to have a lot of patience to deal with that, you know? And that's everybody. I think David Goggins put it well, where it's like, everyone's going through stuff, everyone has a shit life. Some people are just better at hiding it than others. You know what I mean? It's really, really, what it is. The player, says Jeff Jeffington. I'm not sure what that meant. How much does your treadmill cost? This one's really nice. I think this one was like 300. But it's a little guy and it folds up all nicely. It just keeps frying my PC. Yeehaw. You know, so you win some and you lose some. But Hayu said that he would save me and help me figure it out. How it's gonna stop. How it's gonna stop doing this. We love Hayu. Thank you. But speaking of, truly I'm the most insufferable. Ozzy Mandis wishes he could have had as much of an inflated ego as me. Seriously, for a moment though, your chat has a lot of cool people, and I've cultivated them myself. No! My monitor! My monitor froze again! Oh god. But thank you, my dear Hayu. But yeah, we've worked really, really hard to cultivate a nice little community where everyone gets to know each other all well. And everyone's like here to work on self-improvement. So if you ever have anything you gotta work on to improve. God, what the hell do I do about this damn. Are you using HDMI and or DisplayPort? Okay, I'm using a DisplayPort for the monitor that keeps flickering, and HDMI for the monitor that doesn't flick. Save me, Hayu. But thank you, my dear. Marry me, Hayu. Yeah! He's plan B. He's plan B for me. Who's plan A, I wonder? Plan B, he makes good income. He's a high-ranking officer in the military. You know, the dough's flowing in. He's gone on deployment 90% of the time. You don't even have to deal with him long-term. Easy. We had 23 likes! Are we? I can't even see. Yeah, there it is. Some people have more shielding than others. There it is. Okay, was it me talking shit about you or me saying I have a DisplayPort? I've got almost a year at work so she can cheat on me with Sasato. That's... Well, I mean, if you're giving me permission. Hi, I didn't know you were into those kinds of things. Oh god, you want a video of it too? Freak. Men. Men. Okay, but for real though, is the DisplayPort having anything to do with anything? Not the chair, not the Kanye West's new album's chair. Oh god. What am I gonna do about this? Because like this is such an optimal setup. I have my standing desk. I have my treadmill. But the treadmill fries my computer. Also, I can draw into here sometimes. You know what I mean? Like I said, you just gotta find someone who's into it. You know who else is into it? Debunk User. He tried that real early on. The Kanye West's newest album chair? Yes. Oh god. Polyamory solves everything. Well, what? Yay, that's true. That's true. Ye's new album title of 2025's chair. There we go. What the fuck? Yeah, listen here. I still remember those messages. I still remember those messages you sent. You were trying to comfort Tasato. How about we reply to Hayu with best voice actors for 30 minutes instead of frying him? Why not? You know? I don't think Hayu needs to fry today. You know what I mean? I don't know about single voice Kazuya Nukai. I like his voice. I prefer to be the one doing the NTR, but sure, every man, they will lie to you. Every man wants to be the guy who stole the woman away from the other guy. Every man. You know, but outwardly they're like, it's so bad. Every man wants that power. Hello everyone, hello Gorv, how are you doing? Gorv's here to yell at me. How are you doing, Gorv? We need Hayu to have a model so he can join you on stream, lol. You heard that, Hayu. He's a big baby. Whisper and Tangle. He's like, I can't find an artist who draws men the way I want to draw. But I'm not gonna learn how to draw. And I'm not gonna learn how to draw because I'm so busy as a pilot officer in the military who makes all this money. Rebuttal? Rebuttal, Hayu? Nothing. Why don't you do it? Me? You know, funny enough, if you're talking to me about as far as drawing it, I actually thought about it low-key. I just need kind of like some references of what you want, because I will say that is like my specialty is like replicating styles. So maybe. Why don't you draw one? Oh god. Everybody wants me to draw. It's almost like I'm an artist. Whack. Whack. I'm doing fine, Chaos. How are you? I'm doing terrible low-key because I got this new treadmill. Treadmill's fantastic. Remember I kept hitting my, I don't know if you hear my last stream. I kept hitting my wrists and I got bruises on them. And so I got a treadmill that works flawlessly. But I guess the electromagnet, whatever Hayu was saying, is frying my PC, and my PC keeps like flickering and turning off. So I've had so much difficulty today. But overall, I'm in good spirits. I've only done 1.3 miles though. Rough. Shit, really? Maybe. I did that as a joke. Can you do this? Can you do this for me for free? Oh, I just said that as a joke. Everybody, you guys are all so predictable. Oh, Chaos, what if you did this? Oh, wait, I was just joking. But actually... Actually... Who said free? Didn't ask. Not cheap bastard? Is this a slight at Tasato? Men. I love drawing muscles, but on women. That's fair. I was working on the naked body of my new VTuber model. And this time, I took a picture of myself. And I used it as the model reference. And I understand now why people use human models, like human bodies, as references when they're drawing. Because it looks so much better. It looks so much better. I'll have to post it. I'm probably on Twitter because it's a little racy. We're sorry, Kyoza. You should be sorry. I don't even know what you're talking about. Just taking the test. What did I just hear? Ew. That's a great question. I don't even know what I said. I'm not gonna lie. Enemies to lovers, trust. I could see it. We yaoi of that. Man, I thought you were making up a female fan. Making up a female fan asking me for a free drawing seems more likely going by triple. What on earth are these words that you're speaking? Okay, hold on. Making up a female fan asking for a free... Whatever the hell that meant. Regenerate. Whatever that meant. Who would have thought that using a human body as a reference to draw a human body was great? You know, it looks so much better. You know what I mean? It's funny because it looks like my model went from like someone who never exercised to someone who exercises. I was like, wow, that's really cool. How you like the... Oh, I gotta drink some water. How you like the English VA for Lady Toru from Dragon Maid? English VAs of all the girls from Kantai Collection, and finally Ray Chaser is my final actor, says Reina. I have a bigger list for chat, though. That's good to hear, Reina. Chris Patton and Lucy Christian were amazing every dub they were in. I'm not gonna lie. I thought Homeboy who got Omega fried and cancelled was pretty good. What was his name? The original voice actor for Edward Elric? Vic Magnolia? Vic Macaroni? I think he was a pretty good voice actor. I think he did really good for Ed. We'll draw Hayux Tasato Yuri. Ha ha ha. What time is it for you right now? It is 9:45 for me. 9:45. Alright, let's increase the speed a little bit. This is embarrassing. 3 plus 1.6 miles. 4.6. Not bad. Vic Boglogna. Exactly. He was rip. But he said everything else. Yeah, I heard a lot of drama. I didn't really pay attention. Like, I will say there's quote unquote a lot of drama in the voice acting community. Especially I think recently, like there's something about, I don't know the specifics. Unions, I think? I'm crazy. It's like crazy to see that like there's, I feel like voice acting is such a tiny community. You know what I mean? I always use pictures of real people with references to draw. Some people do use anime figures, but like anime portions with a little variety. Be damned. I like drawing the same body type. I'm not gonna lie, I just like drawing my body type. Call it vain. I realize I subconsciously do that a lot in my artwork. Like when I'm drawing chibis, I'll tend to draw it a little bit more towards my body type. I guess because I find my body type ideal. How the fuck do you get an unsuspended Twitter? Great question. Hi, what type of hair would you have if you were an anime girl? He has like a light brown hair. Look at military regs. Hair types, and there you go. Like legit, I got lynched for no reason. Rip. Recently it's all translated. Oh, I did see that somewhat. That's crazy. Those planes HA's figures are really good for anatomy. I think the ones I had in my giveaway. I think that's what you're talking about. Also, real KO. Hell yeah. You know what I mean? This character doesn't even have this body type. I'm like, I'm gonna give it to him anyway. This is mine. I just got back from working out. Oh man, nice to join you. Hello, Shakedown. I gotta open my window up real quick, you guys. Give me a second. It's hot. I could feel, because I'm like slightly like sweaty. I could feel the moisture going up in the room, which is probably also terrible for my PC as well. Guys, shout out to thinking before you do things. If I was an anime girl, ponytail. Probably long one. Probably dark purple, right? You know, dark navy purple. Please check my last messages. That one leaf on it. INTP. TAC T. INTP. I wonder if that's the same one Tasada's had. I gotta write that down or add it to Discord roles or something. Tomboys or die. Hell yeah. Guys, I always felt it interesting when men like tomboys, but they're like, I'm completely 100% straight. I don't know. That's just me. That's just me. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Girl. These people can't handle a masculine woman, but that's like what a tomboy is. It's a masculine woman. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with I'm definitely like a 1,000,000,000% a tomboy. But I am a masculine woman too. You know what I mean? But to me, it was just always just interesting. Because like, why is a man so interested in man traits? You know what I mean? I forgot about purple. Oh god. Almost drawing you as an Ara type. No, he's kind of like twink type. I hate to break it to you. I hate to break it to you. Break the illusion. I just want someone to share my hobbies with. That's fair. Because that is true. Because like technically, that's where I was like, you know, like I'm contradicting myself right now. But masculine and feminine traits shouldn't be attributed to gender. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? If you guys both like masculine things, you both like masculine things. That shouldn't be attributed to gender. I just canceled myself. You're accusing all your man fan base of being gay. All I'm saying is in IRL, I'm very masculine. As far as personality types, I'm like, I don't know, maybe you guys are a little bit of fruity. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that. That's all I'm saying. Cancelled. Welcome back, Nebris. What straight guys talk about tomboys? They mean a girl with big bazongas but not super long hair. See, funny enough, to me, a tomboy is like almost like the athletic type, so not big boobs. In fact, I very rarely, well, I guess I've seen it a few times. But to me, a tomboy is like really athletic, so it's like a smaller chest. Men just want a best friend who happens to be a woman. That's fair. That's what we call homosexually, so me. I use a Twinkie is. Chat, maybe we're gay. You know what I mean, dark facts? I love that emoji with it. Maybe. Tomboy Kombaru from Bakemonogatari. Yeah, you know what I mean? I mean, I was a tomboy growing up. Oh god, hold on. I'm losing messages. Now I'm non-binary, butch. So what would be the difference other than the gender association? Could you be a tomboy non-binary? Because to me... Well, that's a good question. Is tomboy only limited to just women? KO's debunked KO's in less than a minute, you know what I mean? I could argue with myself about things all day. Hello, Fenrir! My divorced husband of 6 billion years ago. How are you doing? KO's can never be canceled. I'll cancel myself. Guys, if I ever get canceled, I'll join you guys. I can put up a good argument. I can cancel myself. I'll join in. You're right, this bitch said what? Easy. Not me though, I'm an alpha dark virus. You're the person I suspect the most. Every time I see tomboys, it's big bazongas. I mean, it's like always like the super athletic. Well, technically, yes, gender and terminology are literally unlimited. Oh, I see. The crisis only lasts 12 seconds. Per male is fanboy. So a fanboy, a feminine boy. I'll cancel her. I thought Fenrir died. I thought I killed him that one time when I divorced him. Oh, here goes my model again. Damn. That's how I get them. I will say it is a very desirable trait for a man to have characteristics of a woman. Like, you're very, very drama hungry, which is very, very characteristic of a woman. But it's very familiar, so it feels nice to be around. Right? They talk about that in the art of seduction, like androgynous. When you have like familiar characteristics for the gender you're trying to attract, it's highly desired and popular. Sorry, I've been trying to make money for a different wife. Okay, what wife are you cheating on me? Fenrir. Good God. What wife are you cheating on me with? At least let me know my competition. Bazongers? You don't know what bazonkas are? I'm so used to debunk user. Perk my ears when she said it. My wife tried to take everything in the divorce. Was I successful? I want to be an alpha someday. I'll get there. It's all about the personality type. You know what I mean? I have a very alpha personality type. But also, you have to have a little bit of a brain. Like, brainless. You have to be a little bit of an airhead. Because I don't think before I speak. So I don't worry about contradicting myself. And that's how I'm an alpha. Dark Virus is a 1? I would say so. This is the first stream I've ever joined, and all honesty, the lore is insane. I just be saying anything around here. Anything. Like I said, guys, I don't have a filter in my brain that turns off what I should and shouldn't say. So I think that's what makes it, somewhat digestible. Perhaps a reason men like tomboys as well? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, I agree. I think I have a very gender-neutral personality, methinks. I think I have a masculine personality. I just have, like, female... I like female things. Like, I like cute things, you know what I mean? But most of my friends, I've still said this, and it still remains true, I cannot for the life of me become friends with women that easily. Generally men. Cheating, this B word wants to break up because I don't make enough money. Now all of a sudden, I make money and it's who are you cheating with? Yeah, exactly. You have a problem with that? Cough it up. Ever heard of alimony? Alimony, Fenrir? Cough it up. You gotta pay. Listen here. I already have one user here banned to super chats only. That's the only way I'll talk to him. Don't make me add you. There's even more lore, man. Whisper and Tangle. It's low-key insane around here, I'm not gonna lie. And that's not even me trying to hype it up and be like, oh, I'm a VTuber with so much lore. It's like low-key insane. Howdy, honey, how's stream? And hello, Tasato. Hello, my dear husband. How are you doing? I mean, hello, my dear... Anyway. I love cute things, you know, Dark Bears? That's wild. What? See, you know what, men? Always like, all women do is eat hot chip and lie. And then when they tell the truth, they're like, I can't believe this. Whose fault is this? My model. Zato, my streaming setup is fucked. I think Kai was saying that my treadmill is creating too much electromagnet something and it's frying my PC, so everything keeps disconnecting. What are you using to walk? I'm using a little walking pad treadmill that I got on Amazon for 300 bucks. Unless you're talking about the background. But physically, I'm walking on a little treadmill. Oh, my beautiful wife, you're so cute. Oh god, are you off work completely? Or are you just checking in? Tasato F you bra before hoes. Bros before hoes. That was the husband again? I know, whoops. I misspoke there. Sorry, I was talking to Fenrir and I was like, I really need a husband, you guys. I really need someone to pay for my life. And sorry, it's just like a Freudian slip. I don't talk forever and you talk to cheaters before me. Listen here, Fenrir thought he could really leave me. With no money, no child support, no alimony, and thought I would be opening and welcoming when he came back. The absolute state of the modern man. Unbearable. I love this. See, she got lost in my awesomeness. Can't get enough of me now. I'm gone. Moving along. Child support? You saw my kids. I have a bunch of them. Each of them with a different dad, too. I'm gonna neck myself. God, this sucks. Electromagnetic interference. Damn. Guys, we're fried. We're cooked. Damn. Oh, God. What is the solution here? What is the solution? Freudian slip means that you said what you're thinking out loud. Yeah. Wow. Like I'll be hanging out with a woman looking like Adam Sandler and men won't leave me alone. Shout out to Ron being the man magnet. I'll give a round of applause. What the hell? am I supposed to do here? So I'm drawing NTR Yuri of you and Hayu, by the way. Good God, you guys just will say anything here, huh? You guys will just say and do anything around here. Good God. Tasato, KOs, of course. I'm getting NT art. Even worse. Well. Alright, Hayu, what do? Save me. Okay, so what, if I move my treadmill backwards, do you think that would help at all? Like, if I move it away? You know what I mean? Because I will say it's pretty close. Hayu, what do I do? That could. Alright, we might have to just fucking try anything at this point. Damn. You track where you mirror for. Oh! I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Alright, let me try moving my treadmill backwards. Oh, God. My dear Tasato, my dear hard worker. How was work? Oh, look, it froze again. What the hell is going on? It's not even operating. Oh, God. I don't even like NTR. I think you have to have an IQ over a certain level to like NTR. Damn. Okay, that doesn't make sense. I mean, its function of signal strength and distance would help. BRB mom's birthday. Everyone wish a happy birthday to Dark Virus's mom. Wait a minute. I don't like your mom, Dark Virus. I take it back. Everyone don't do that. I forgot. I have grudges. Did your old one have this much issue? No, my old one didn't have any issue. But it's like, it was much smaller. God, and I kept fucking knocking my arms on the thing and hurting. So it's like, I want to use this one because this one's, oh, it's so much better. Happy birthday, Dark Virus as well. Take it back. Both you guys, Stargazer, Jeff Jefferson, take it back immediately. We don't like Dark Virus's mom. Thank God it wasn't said. Tell mom happy birthday, take it back. Tasato, you too. Gorv, you as well. Take it back or you get banned. Okay. Alright, I'm moving. I moved it back a little bit. I'm just gonna have to make the chat bigger. Sorry. Chat bigger. Let's try this. Why not? You know what I mean? The TF did their mom do? So one thing is my lovely chat loves trauma dumping here, and I'm totally promoting of it. I do try to help people with their emotional problems. And Dark Virus's mom is kind of a shitty parent that left a lot of trauma on the poor baby. You know, take it back. Why? That's why. You know what I mean? What happened between you and the mother? I know the truth, Dark Var. Oh, that. Yeah. You think I forgot? Alright, I'm scooting back. Alright, let's see. Unhappy birthday. Exactly. I want grudges. You know what I mean? Okay. I'm really, really far back. Let's see if this works. She does have a point. Really makes you think. Alright, let's try this. Alright. Put a BRB, put a pin in BRB. Put a pin? It? Whatever that means. I think you would ban me anyways when I started talking about Sam's. Okay, you can talk about a tiny bit, but can you know, like read the room? You know what I mean? It just sometimes it's hard when you're saying all these like witchcraft numbers in chat and I don't know what it means. Alright, I've moved my treadmill back. Let's see. We all have shitty moms here. Yeah, it's a recurring theme where people have very, very weird relationships with their mother. Put a pin in it. Ah, I see. Witchcraft numbers, math. Are they 6 digits? How do you... What's your credit card number? Do tell. My mom's great. Yeah, that's right. Jeff Jefferson's mom is actually great. Guys, Jeff Jefferson's mom, KO's approved. Stella's mom, not KO's approved. Tasato's mom, not KO's approved. Dark Virus's mom, And debunk users. Definitely not approved. 17,013. Why do I feel like those are suspicious numbers? Alright. I do have a weird relationship with my mom. That's why you guys are here. Really makes you think. How many people's moms have you met? Mostly, I will say it's basically just people telling me about their mom. But, a good amount. My mother cried when I came out to do. I mean, by the way you kind of phrased that, I'm assuming it was negative, right? Like cried as in she was upset. That sucks. That really sucks to hear. Where's my mom land on the list? Tasato? Let me think. You might have the worst mother. If I think about it. It's either between you and debunked. You know what I mean? She didn't like it at all? Man, that's rough. That's rough. Sorry to hear that. Wait, it has a Wikipedia actual entry now? What does? I have more friends relationship with my mom than mother and son. Agreed. Agreed. My mother is a little bit of a... Sometimes she watches the stream. So anyway, we'll find out. She's a little low IQ, you know what I mean? So sometimes it's kind of hard to manage. You know what I mean? If I get a text message here soon, we'll find out the answer. If she's watching. The numbers. Ah, I see. So the reason we need electron microscopes or the visual or rather photon microscopes. Gorv, do you know anything about electromagnetic static interfering with computers and treadmills? That's very real, LMAO. You know what I mean? Mine too, we were so similar mom-wise. Guys, we all have mothers. Guys, any mother havers in chat? Or Gorv just wants to share their knowledge of mathematics and theories, natural sciences, and chaos and instead gets confused. It's tough out here. It really, really is. I had him with... Oh, my poor Jace the Ace. Aww. My poor baby. I'm so sorry that happened, my dear Jace the Ace. I'm so sorry. How far have we gone? I had to reset my settings, so technically I'm at 5 miles. Because I had 3 miles before I had to reset it. So I'm at 5 miles and 7.4. So not too far, I would say. My mom is in fact smarter than I am. God, I wish that was me. I have a mom, but my dad is long gone. Aw, I'm sorry, my child. I'll be your father. I hope that's something. Anybody see Mr. Nosy Bonk? Never heard of Mr. Nosy Bonk. We should blow her mind taking about extreme ultraviolet lithography. Gorb is really smart, Hayu. Gorb is my son who's going to Harvard. All my other sons... Oh god. My dad is deading LMAO. Okay, the ING kind of makes it sound like it's actively happening. So was this past, like this happened, or this is actively happening? Good lord. Can you be my daddy, Kaozo? I'll be you guys' fathers. Don't worry. Sometimes it takes a woman to be a father, you know what I mean? Easy clap. I'll scold you guys when you guys are wrong. Which, speaking of which, Dark Virus, I have not forgotten. Oh, so why, Dark Virus, you're still here? I gotta verify first. He died 5 years ago. Ah, I see. Let me be honest, please be. I don't mind having a father figure. I feel like I'm already a father figure to a lot of you guys. As weirdly vain as that sounds. I will say my feet, my heels are getting a little bit sore. Ooh, a package? A package I ordered said it's coming today. How exciting. Maybe not Harvard, but places. Gorb is really, really smart. Gorb, what? I mean, obviously you don't have to say. But it's like, I feel like you're gonna go to like a good college or something, you know what I mean? Gorb is smart. I'm pretty sure Gorb might be smarter than Hayu. Ha, loser. KO has a package? Hell yeah. I do. I'm an extreme man. Might not have either drugs or illness. Man, that's rough. Sorry to hear that. By the way, KO, when is the Tasato debate? I just remember that. Oh, Tabasco. Tasato and I are probably going to debate tomorrow. Yeah. Oh my god. Chaos, that's so random. That's so unprompted. That's so unscheduled. I was bullied in the DMs. That's what happened. So I think I'm being forced to have a what's it called? Collab with Tasato tomorrow. Hayu Supremacy says Whisper and Tangle. Hell yeah. You hear that, Hayu? Thank you for the contribution to the character development. Hayu's never been loved so much like this in his entire life. The military's been really, really rough for him. It's been rough for him since I knew him. And now that he sees all this love around here, it's gonna go straight to his head and he's gonna get more insufferable. So I appreciate the character development, you know what I mean? I appreciate that. So, grooming chaos is in DMs again. High emphasis on the again. I was telling Tasato about how you don't believe in the labels on packaging. What was the other one? Oh, government overreach. So, time and money argument tomorrow. We'll figure it out. We just gotta figure it out, you know what I mean? Thanks, everyone. Listen here, Hayu is a poor... I was gonna say military veteran, but he's not out yet, technically. A poor service member, you know? Never been loved like this. And now he's like, what? They love me here? Isn't there someone you forgot to thank, Hayu? Warning labels are dumb. Brain dead. Brain damage. We're going on a trip. It's our favorite rocket ship. Zooming through the skies. Little Einsteins. Remember that show? Oh yeah, looks like the Dark Virus isn't in here. Wow. That's rare. Though I do wonder sometimes how I would have come out if I grew up with a father figure. I mean, it's not even it's like pointless wandering, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't really have a very close father figure. And here I am a man, so... I don't know. What have we done to poor Tasato and Hayu? It's very, very easily explainable. You take a little lonely guy. A little lonely guy, you know what I mean? And you give him a little bit of attention and affection. And they're so lonely, and they have not experienced that for so long, they literally don't know what to do with themselves. They don't know how to handle themselves. And so they go absolutely batshit insane. And that's what we're doing in this community. Gorb is still popping off. Started out as a terror in the background scaring the crap out of KO. I was gonna get that as a clip. I forgot to do that. I was gonna get it and put it as a clip because that was really funny. Mysterious details and know how he knew about? Oh, until he revealed himself. I love how you're setting the stage. You see how it goes straight to their heads? Whisper and Tangle, you see what I'm saying? Look at him. He's literally speaking out loud his backstory. It goes straight to their heads. That's what I told you. Men. So predictable. I didn't say rocket ship, I said rocket ship, says Jace Ace. We love you here, buddy. Just don't get too comfortable. Get comfortable, I am. I feel called out. I gave you the real and true answer. A little lonely, guys. That's not... Same here. You guys are funny. I was already batshit insane. You just made it worse. I mean, yeah. I feel like the default for men generally is batshit insane. So we'll say, maybe you're none, the same, rather. Okay, so far, at least my connection is going alright. We have fueled the beast. Like, literally, he's like... He's speaking out loud his origin story in the chat. Unbelievable. Immaculate Yuri. Be nice to the community. When have I ever... See, Stargazer, that's what's so funny. Is when have I ever been nice? You know what I mean? Stargazer, you're just gonna have to... You're just gonna have to kind of like... Wake up and realize people like... They don't want to be nice to anymore, you know what I mean? They like the little sting. They like a little sting every now and then. Oh, Shoop, how are you doing? You already have a #1 fan, congrats! I hope your future with Whisper and Tanger goes well. Honestly valid, but hey, you got plan A and B from giving them affection, you know what I mean? I need to find a plan C here soon. You see this economy? Wild. I need at least a C and a D. What can we do for C? It's not Whisper and Tangle that people are pairing me up with in this chat. Smile emoji. Hayu's getting cocky. He's like, you know what? The fans, they like me. You know, I can take on this Tasato guy. Wild. The uprising. Be careful, you're the villain in the story, you're modeling, and that's sure sign you're going to lose. Tasato says Hayu is the villain here. Interesting. The childhood friend being the villain, I don't know. I don't know. Does that ever happen? Guys, uni is killing me, I bet. I hate any sort of college or any sort of... was it professional schooling? That does suck. Oops. Has egg prices stabilized in the US yet? I'm not sure. To be completely honest with you. I really have no clue. Look at that, 107 heart rate. We're doing alright. Hayu, you're now speaking my type of humor, LMAO. Who are they pairing with you exactly? Hayu, says Tasato. Kaede Box Cutter Chan? I don't know who that is. Kaede? Is that from School Days? I mean, if anything, that made her more endearing. What are you guys talking about? We all know Chaos is the real villain. They don't get it, Shoop. Don't let them in on our secret. They don't get it. I'd be able to go on without eggs. Eggs are great. Kaede from Shuffle. I see. One of those ancient series. Alright. That's fair. Tasato, Gorv asks, do you know if the egg prices have stabilized in the US? Gorv said Kyoza did not provide me any useful information. Second best source, Tasato. Wait a minute, Gorv. Where are you again? You're not US. I thought you were US. I thought you were one of us, an American like Ron. Happens to the best of us. Gotta go bye, everyone. Be nice. Chaos and everyone else, says Stargazer. Alright, I'll take it into consideration. Just for you, Stargazer. How long have I been streaming for? I've only been streaming for 2 weeks! Damn. Damn. Chaos being the villain is an open secret at this point. I have to agree with you. Guys, do I resemble a villain? Listen here. I'm the villain. Just because I speak the truth. That's the only reason why people call me the villain. Everybody thinks generally how I think. They're just too afraid to say it. And guess what? I'm afraid to say it too. I just don't have the attention span to realize what I'm saying is something I should be afraid of saying. I think. I can't believe she forgot you lived in Norway, Gore. Sad emoji. Thank you, Chaos. You're the best. Thank you, my dear. Not at all. You very much resemble the type of villain people can agree with. Ooh, I like that. I'll take it. I'll take that. I'm the villain because I see the truth. Tasato villain, and later he sacrifices for everyone's sake. Tasato becoming the villain. I don't know if he can swing the tides. If Hayu can play his cards right, okay? If Hayu plays his cards right and swings the tides for Hayu, Tasato might have to become the villain. You know what I mean? He might have no other choice. They hated Jesus because they spoke the truth. Exactly. Exactly. Alright, let me move this, I hate him, Jesus. Eggs here are like $4.30, but IDK about other places. I haven't checked recently. I realized, guys, a very cost-effective way to eat food is to go to grocery stores, and they usually have like a discount section of things that are on sale, and just only eat food off of there. I do realize when I do that, I save so much money. So my food bill is really cheap. So I have not had fresh eggs in however long. KOs is for New Pope. Why not? You know what I mean? Why not, actually? Those who are hated must remain strong. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, guys? I'll try to remain as strong as I can. You know, because I know I'm very polarizing, I feel. Perhaps. Who knows, actually? How does it feel to have people fight over you? Another day in the life. Another day in the life of being me. Tasato Tesato would be the villain. He'd sacrifice the world to save the person he loves. I could see that low key. I could definitely see that. You know what I mean? We shall see though. That's Gallatin's. Gallatin. Alright, Tesato. We have a debate tomorrow. Are you prepared? The debate that I got bullied into doing. I got guilt tripped into doing. I got forced into doing. Unbelievable. IDK just see the quote all the time, real. How you make sacrifice the person they love for the world? You think Hayu's technically evil? I'm prepared, my love. The emotions of those who are thought to be beautiful are always full of sorrow and honor. Traditions disappear in the cry of the weak. Whatever that meant. Part 2 that you put, I'm not reading that either. Too much words. Will the debate be streamed? Yes! It'll be live streamed. Tesato wouldn't let me have it any other way. You know what I mean? He's bullying me, Gorv. Can you believe it? I'm being bullied by a man on the internet. He will not let me have it any other way. I think we're doing the time. I think that's will probably be the primary, is a time versus money argument. Which, guys, if you're unfamiliar, when I first met Tesato, we were talking on live stream one time, and I was like, how do you guys feel about playing, like, how can you guys play video games all day and waste so much of your life when you could be helping the people you love? And he believed, sorry, I was looking at a notification, lost my train of thought, rip. He believed, and I was like, you know, in order to help people, you have to have money. And he's like, no, I think the best way to help people is through time. And I'm like, no, you have to have money because money and time are equal. And if I have time, but I don't have money, then I can't help people the way I want to be most effectively. And we argued for 3 hours in the chat. And it was a lot of fun. So now we're going to do a verbal sequel. Okay, what are you saying, Hayu? Exactly. Hayu has hero traits. I could see that. Good thing you're already a loser. Oh god. A cocky shit. Yeah, I'm vain. I'm self-centered. I'm a megalomaniac. I'm arrogant. Insufferably so. I'm all the above. I'll take it in stride. The world needs a hero. Guys, there's nothing wrong with loving yourself. How you for president? Okay, need to get some food and be back to uni work. You see me again? It's because I'm procrastinating. I hope I don't see you again then, my dear Shoop. Good luck. You're both wrong, says Jeff Jefferson. And you are wrong. That's the crazy part. Wait, Jeff Jefferson, how do you think I'm wrong? What's the best way to help somebody? Why does all your time need to be spent helping others and self-improvement? Because I want it to be. I said I want to be able to help the people I love and care about. So this is, remember, my self-centric desire. And that's what, that's how I want to live my life. People should have the freedom to enjoy life. Correct, correct. But when it comes down to, if you want to be the most effective way to help somebody, how can you do that? You know, because like that was my goal, is to be the most effective I can be when helping people. So basically, who else besides Hayu super chatted today, Reina? Reina, as always, on top of my finances. Whisper, super chatted. Dark Virus, super chatted. Stargazer, super chatted. It's a lot of super chats today. Don't get so focused on making a living you forget to have a life. You're right next to the debater. Hayu, we can debate, I feel like, pretty well. I feel like we make a good little team. Tesato's mauling by that, though, however. So we have to take it back. I gotta refresh my video. Just to flex is the bunk user. Thank you, my dear, for the super chat, Reina. Now the bunk user has also given a super chat. I appreciate it. The bunk user, the person we were talking about earlier who hasn't given a super chat, really makes you think. Always live for yourself. If you want to be altruistic selfishly. What is altruistic? Thank you, that one, Leash. I know that one's a lot coming from you. So thank you, my dear. No, my mouse! I was literally... Okay, well... I was literally about to heart it. My mouse froze again. Debating how you be hilarious until he does a 30-minute anime rant in the middle of it. Hayu gets like that, you know what I mean? It's one of his charm points. Change your opinion and support your husband. Which one's my husband? Which husband? Which one? I have a bunch. I think they're trying to bribe you so you get back to streaming. So streaming on a more consistent basis? I want to. I've been working on like stuff that I'm almost done with. So I can start streaming more frequently. But bribes do work. I can be bought, you guys. I can be bought. Alright, I have to pause this so I can reconnect my mouse. Give me a second. Unhinged. Alright, let me see. Can I use my mouse again? I can. Yeehaw. I'm on a super chat, but I'm too lazy to. I understand, Jeff Jefferson, but you live in Brazil, so it's fine. Please don't feel pressure to. Hi, chat back. Welcome back, Himari. Let's be real now, says Hayu. Alright, what are we being real about? Let me scoop this. Let's see if that works. Basically, the $2, $1 chat, I don't fry. Whoa, I almost fell. Alright, we're good. Tasato in the middle, dude. I had at the start and the debate would come out of it. Oh god. Oh my dear Hayu. Hey, back after like 2 hours. Hello, Pip. Welcome back. Pip, the person who said they forgot that my existence even existed. How are you doing, Pip? How are you doing? Decided to finally get out of bed and start my day at the wonderful hour of 1:24. Better late than never. My computer is still frying. And although I'm playing it off in a joking, haha manner, I'm a bit worried. What am I gonna do in the future? Because, like, you know, I kind of was like, I'll be able to do this type of streams all the time. Now it's not really looking too viable. I want to super chat because I think it would be really funny to give 2 BRL, which is under $1. Oh, I see. Tasato, I gotta take my other desktop to another room to perform surgery, so I'll be able to type in chat. Merry Christmas. I'll be audio only for a bit. You hear that, Tasato? He's leaving the territory. Now you have full reign of the chat right now. Good lord. Good lord. You give lonely men attention and look what becomes of them. Absolutely wild, you guys. Alright, actually, let's put up a poll. Hayu or Tasato? I guarantee you Hayu will come back for a brief moment just to vote for himself. Oh my monitor, this is gonna... This is over, you guys. Oh god. Okay, I was gonna put something in brackets, but I won't do that. There we go. There we go. Here's my here's poll. Team Hayu or Tasato? It's giving Twilight. It's giving Twilight. This might be a wild question, but do you still have the issue if you have other shoes on? I don't think so. I think literally, like, I don't know. I don't think it could be the shoes, to be completely honest, because these shoes are very similar. I really do think, because this is a way more high-powered... Like, Hayu was kind of explaining that, because, like, it's generating... What's it called? Magnetism. And I think because it's so close to my computer, it's frying it. So, damn. Only men watch a blue VTuber on the internet. Why not? Screw Bella. Neither, says Jace to Ace. That's fair. Vote Hayu in one account, vote Tasato in the other. Wow, Tasato still remains slightly popular at 83%. Look at that. You guys like the original characters, you know what I mean? The original casting. Look at that. See, Tasato, you can quit crying now. I can't even speak, good god. Look, just because you've been here for so long, they'll never forget you, you know? Tasato cries in my DMs. He's like, they're gonna forget me, you guys. They're gonna forget me. I'm like, Tasato, no. I won't let them forget you. For record, I voted Tasato. Nobody asked. Try traveled over 9 miles or 7 miles so far. I love how I read that. Huh. Well. Damn. I don't know what I'm doing about this whole, like, fact that my computer keeps messing up, though. I will have to see. Oh, God. How long are we keeping the stream going? That's a great question. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not really sure. I've only been streaming for 2 hours, which is nothing. All things considered. I do want to do 10 miles. And it looks like I've only done 4 miles, but I had 3 miles before I had to reset. 4, 5, 6, 7. So, I'm about 3.5 more miles. So why are you walking in your undergarments? Your model, not in reality. Because my undergarment is actually a shirt. And so I'm just walking in my undershirt. I just have a lot of layers to my outfit. And, you know, my armpits get sweaty, so I have to, like, you know, have arm ventilation. I'd forget Tasato after 3 days of being inactive. See, you're doing alright. I'm the undisputed #1 Tasato fan. I'll never guess who I voted. Hi, you. Oh, thanks, guys. Tasato, you're cute. No, but it was a good guess. You're so funny, Gore. You just do finger math? I did. I love how you somehow figured that out. I did do finger math. That's the only way I can do numbers. Chat, while listening to stream, should I A, play Animal Crossing, or B, work on my drawings? Depending on what you're drawing, I'd say. He tried his odds on the 50-50. Oh, God. Now Tasato's like, guys, I'm back. Now we're gonna have the braggadocio from Tasato. Here comes the arrogant, like, huh, I run this place. He had to see the visual metrics, you know what I mean? He saw the chat and he's like, I don't know if they like me anymore, you guys. He saw the visuals up above. Like, we are so back. Don't worry, Hayu, I voted for you, says Jeff Jeffrington. Is Mr. Clean sexist? I don't know. I've never gave that any thought. It's alright, kids. We all have aspects we suck in. Yours is just numbers. Can you believe it? I'm so bad at it. Why not after drawing you play Animal Crossing? Doodle while you chat, because I'm out in town today, says Reina. You heard Reina, Himari. Doodle. That has to be the next poll. Okay, wait, so what's next poll again? I'm already slow. I'm watching the battle and eating popcorn. Fair, debunk user. Very, very fair. I don't know, debunk user. Who do you think's gonna win? You know what I mean? Both the options are kind of like equally on the table right now. You know? Tasato and I are like Thor and Star-Lord in the end of Endgame. I'm not that much of a nerd to know whatever the hell that meant. I was worried my chatters would be upset with my absence during your height. Oh my god. You know what? You know what could have helped that is if you streamed Tasato. That could have helped that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Silence your user. You're literally always online. Exactly. Tasato on the leaner? Hi, of course, of course. Yeah, I don't get that either. I kind of have a deadline anyway. Oh god, I hate drawing for work. Guys, I hate drawing. I could just end the conversation there, actually. Guys, I hate drawing. Who would win? A cool pilot man or a silly lonely guy? A cool pilot has a very secure income, has money, has very supportive parents, has parents. Really makes you think, Tasato. Oh god, I'm terrible. You know? World traveler. In the same, you know, industry I used to work in. His parents. I was gonna go, like, supportive parents, because, like, I remember one time, you were like, oh, there's nothing wrong with my parents. And I'm like, everyone else has terrible parents here, so I was gonna use that. But then I was like, wait a minute. Oh, God. The surprise is Dark Virus subbed to me. Dark Virus loves you, Jace Ace. I think if they keep it up, they're both gonna lose. You're so real for that, debunk user. You're so real for that. Agreed. Oh god. Isn't Tasato a banker? Yes, Tasato does work at a bank. He's so pretty. They put him in the front of the bank to greet people. You know what I mean? Tasato's a pretty boy. We all don't want a man who has parents, let alone supportive one. Wait, why would I not want a man who has parents? Okay, so this is gonna sound... okay, How do I put this? Parents... have inheritance. You know what I mean? So why would I want one without parents? You know what I mean? That sounds insane, but you know what I mean? Just I don't remember that. I'm also sure that Dark Virus is surprised to see what I look like in real life. I believe Dark Virus actually said you looked like exactly like he thought you looked like. I remember him saying that. Hex Core from Arcane. The Hex Core. Okay, child, I don't say bad things about my parents because they might see this. That's fair. I say good things about Raina's parents. I love Raina's dad. Just a normal African American. I like Raina's dad. Easier to manipulate? What are you talking about? There's a big contrast to your first descriptions of Tasato. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Gore, does this mean she clearly is falling for him? Me? Oh, I mean, are you talking about like the appearance thing? Yeah, well, he had like long rat's nest hair before, but once we got that out the way. Look at him. What if I only have one parent? I don't know. So I'm always beefing with my parents. It's like I usually only have one available at any time. But you guys, my dad's back on the menu. We're no longer beefing. He's back on the menu, you guys. Back on the menu. When did he say that? In this stream or last stream? He streams on Twitch, Jace Ace. So on, I think his last Twitch stream, or a few Twitch streams ago, he said that specifically. Dad's back on the menu. You know what I mean? Kales, remember when I asked you what a feller buncher was and you threatened to ban me if it was inappropriate? I do remember that. And I do remember you mentioning that same sentence last stream as well. So I do remember it twice. I have a pretty decent memory, all things considered. Back on the menu to eat? It's very weird to think about my father in that aspect. So, but, however, I do know I remember you're into cannibalism. So yes, in that case, yes. Thank you, Chisato. Thought the caregivers and babysitters I had before were something. I meant like villain or hero. Oh, I see. I don't know. My stomach hurts. Is your dad single? If yes, I'd like to have a word with him. He has a girlfriend. But ever since marrying my mom, he said he'll never marry another woman in his entire life. So he's been together with that girlfriend for like 10 years. So, I guess do what you will with that information. The other day, one of my old coworkers told me my dad is hot. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, I mean, he's really smart. So, I mean, I guess if you're into that, but even then that sounds weird saying, you know what I mean? You're a bit too young for him, I think. Try again when you're 18. That's fair. What if Tasato was anti-hero? The anti-hero? How do I use the hero? Tasato's the anti-hero. So would he marry a man then? Nah, my dad's very, he has a very particular type of women he's very interested into. Bazonkas. So I don't think he'd marry a man. I'd ask him, however. Kale's dad may be too young for leave, but he's not safe from me. I'm coming for that ass. My dad? I'm the anti-hero to KO's villain. Like, what am I supposed to say? You know what? That's what I'm saying. No, my dad's ugly, or yes, and I grew my own father's heart. You know what I mean? Like, even saying, like, I was like, okay, well, if you're into smart people, I don't even want to think of it that way. You know what I mean? A man of manly taste. My dad likes the bazongas. You know what I mean? I think you just hit them with the thumbs up and don't say it. You know what I mean? Just be like, that's nice. That's quite alright. Yeah, that's definitely something. You know what I mean? Welcome back, Frostfire! I did see your username, but I think I was raging on my computer at the time. So I did see your message, I just forgot to respond to it. Welcome back. Team Toast. Oh, Tasato's kind of... Tasato ratings are lowering. How are you gonna bring them up? How are you gonna bring them up? Oh god, I'm tired of walking. Alright, 3 plus 5 is what? 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we're at 8:30 though? Not bad. Easy clap. Just saying hi earlier? Yeah, I was raging about my computer. Sorry about that. Oh. Your dad's just like me on that aspect. Love me some bazongas. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what to say. Tasato stocks are down. Tasato's not 71, guys. I don't know, the people who invested in Tasato. Oh god. The 25% are high use bot accounts. I believe it. I wouldn't put it past him. God, my fox. Oh, she can't count past 10. And is that a problem? Listen here. When you have men in chat who count for you, is that a problem? 2 hours into live stream and chat is at its finest. Agreed, Reina. The vibes are immaculate in here. Chat, can we shout out 35 likes? Hell yeah, guys. Thank you for the 35 likes. We're gonna give Mr. Beast a run for his money. We're doing absolutely phenomenal. Check my last message. I need answers. If it's dad related. Oh god, let's see. So if one of them is a villain and one of them is a hero, am I a minion free to dispose of? I think you're kind of like the little innocent village boy. You know what I mean? Where it's like you add a good plot to the story when you die, because everyone's like, no, he was so innocent. You know? That's what I think you are. As your self-appointed PR manager, I suggest you get a catchphrase immediately. Also deny that Hayu has any votes. Tasato's catchphrase to see. Oh, Gorv. Gorv. Tasato does have a catchphrase. And it's howdy. Really makes you think. Are you Tasato's #1 fan? That? Howdy? And then lying. Tasato's main character attributes? Howdy and lying. KO's a games when? Why not? Oh, God. It's okay, Tasato. There aren't enough people that could tune in to allow my number to exceed your votes. Did I just catch a stray right there? Did I just catch a stray? Listen here. You're a goon. Oh, be nice. I probably support from the shadows. Really don't know me that well. That one leaves. Says trying to add a character trait to his backline and story so he can be more involved in the current conversation. Where do I fit in this battle of the Titans? Waiter, streamer, attention for me, please. Streamer. Listen here, Monk, I think you're praying for both their downfall. I know your weird affinity for me. You're like, both these goons are gonna mess themselves up. And all I have to do is, flex the money down the road. I know how much money I'm gonna make in the future. Not to you, debunk user. Howdy chat lies. Exactly. Oh, Deb Patabo, how are you doing? That wasn't a stray, it was directly aimed at you. Why am I being bullied, guys? Alright, here's the pity party toxic part. I haven't done this, I don't think, today. Guys, I'm just a little streamer. You know? I'm just trying my best, you know? I'm trying to run the show all to the best of my ability. You know, I'm not very smart. I couldn't afford college. When I tried to go into the military, I got kicked out. I'm disabled mentally. I suffer with bipolar. I'm a woman POC-owned veteran business. Guys, I'm just trying my best. And people like Caillou, who make a lot of money, just come here and laugh in my face. I'm already on the ground, and he's just kicking sand in my face. Can you believe that? You know who would never do that to me? Tasato. Only because Tasato, I think, is a little lower on the ground. Nonetheless, he would never do that to me. Not bad. Hope you're doing well too. My computer keeps dying. Other than that, I think I'm doing all right. You know, I don't want to be the bad guy anymore. Shut up! I don't care if you're just a streamer. You're the jester. Okay, first of all, Stella's the jester. And second of all, why am I being bullied? Little streamer, trying to stop sabotaging your own growth. I know. Me when I'm like, no. Buying your items is the best I can do, Reina. You're one of my #1 supporters, Reina. You've been here for so long. When everyone else is making fun of me, you ask me how I'm doing mentally, and I appreciate that, Reina. Look at Hayu with another super chat. I'm going to assume henceforth, anytime Hayu delivers a super chat, it's a direct attack on Tasato specifically. Funny thing is, I've never said that I would go after KOs. The entire thing was started by her to create a credible threat for Tasato to improve himself. See, dear old Tasato is a shonen pro tag. Actually, not thank you for the super chat. I take my thanks back. Listen here, we have a show to run here. Listen here. Why are you leaking the script? Don't spoil the plot. Listen here, Hayu. You have a thing to learn. We've been doing for this some time now. You know how many times we've had to do this to build Tasato up? See, the thing is, Hayu, is you weren't here when Tasato was a loser. A loser freak. Well, listen here, Tasato. I mean, not Tasato. Hayu, again. Love. Who needs it this day and age? Money, however? Who has money? Really makes you think. Really makes you think. Tasato said something about him being 5'7", or excuse me, 6'7". Guys, everyone, Tasato is 6'7". He wanted everyone to know that with that one. Bro just leaked the next 5 seasons. Like and subscribe or Hayu's chat will fry. Tag the spoilers, man. Hayu's ratings lower than ever before. The villain gathering attention grows more powerful. Me? Am I the villain here? Is that what you're saying? I was an underdog at one point, Hayu. You still are, my dear. You still are. Like I said, I'm day by day, my motivation and desire to work lessens. You know what I mean? The more fruitful options becoming a little bit more apparent. I'm just trying to hold myself back. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Not time and money again. I think we're gonna have the remaster of that tomorrow. I'm gonna go make myself an omelet. I'll be back. I hope you put ketchup on your omelet. I always say it's good we put ketchup on omelets. I'm still in Hayu team, sorry. I'm all for leaks and teas. Wow. Of course. Of course you are. I get short sell myself. You guys are silly billies. My stomach hurts. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, midnight I can't speak. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, or midnight snack? Sorry for the same question. Oh, breakfast? I'm definitely a breakfast person. I like to eat a big breakfast. And I usually like fast in the evening, so breakfast for sure. My mom is calling, 1 sec. Alright, tell your mom I said hi. People underestimate you easier that way. Hi, was like, according to the master plan. When was the stream going to start for the model kit streaming stuff anyways? It was supposed to be May 18th. That's when it's supposed to be. Time versus money, that's really one of the Hayu Tasato's battle. It's too late, chat. We applied to Hayu with voice actors and androids and stir-fried noodle recipes, but he still turned to fried chicken. So sad. So sad to see him go. Hi everyone. Hello, James Cross SP. How are you doing? Omar Rice goes crazy. Ketchup. You said that your stomach hurts for the 3rd time now. Get Bepto. I had some right before I left, but I don't even know why it hurts. I had an ibuprofen, a coffee, and a microwave breakfast burrito for breakfast this morning. Why did that, why did my stomach hurt? When did Nendo's fit in? The is definitely right. What the? Are you still gonna do the trauma stream later? I got punched in the face by Tasato. He wants his own personal stream. Probably tomorrow. But should I do the trauma stream later tonight? Maybe. Guys, I'm gonna welcome back, Jeff Jefferson. My poor, we'll have to see what dark virus. I say yes. Debunk user says I should stream again today. Who would have guessed? Punch in the face, you saw it coming from a mile away. Stella? How mean do I want to be to Jasada right now? How mean do I want to be? Let me think. Am I feeling like a villain right now? Low-key I am. Stella, Tasato saw that you claimed to collab with me on Thursday and came bawling to me in my DMs about who's gonna be the first collab with me. Good God, it's giving virginity. You know what I mean? And so guess what's happening tomorrow, my dear Stellar? With a gun pressed to my head, I'm having a collab with Tasato tomorrow. Unbelievable. Did he really? Yep. Unbelievable. How do you speak Japanese, Mr. Yui? Do you speak, I think you speak a good amount of it. Would you say hi? Is he still on that? I'm choking out the laugh. I'm so sorry. You want to know something? Tell me what. Tell me what, Stella. Yes, says Hayu, but something I don't understand. What was that? What was those fancy letters? I can speak a decent amount. My vocabulary is weird though. I see. He finally take initiative. That's exactly reason I sent the message server, not DMs. Oh God, Stella, listen here. You guys are the same person, okay? You guys are the same exact person. You know? Same person. The poor baby. The poor baby. And so now I'm trying to find debate ideas, so it's like at least not a shit show tomorrow. It's tough out here. Yes, but I'm not hyper fluent. Okay. I couldn't read the fancy words. She went on hiatus over my birthday. I earned this one. Tasato? Did you ask something of me for your birthday? And did I give it to you? Let me ask. I need to tease him. After Fortnite, he's such a wimp. Okay, listen here, Stella. He's trying his best, okay? He's first of all, he's a card holder. Second of all, I'm an insane terrorist. So he can't tell sometimes when I'm angry, if I'm super, super angry, or if I'm just like normal angry. So sometimes he goes a little nonverbal trying to figure it out. You know what I mean? He's still adjusting. Don't remind me of that. I need to do my Anki. Tasato, you are nothing. You didn't grind your way to the top. Tasato's one of the hardest workers here, I'll have to say. I'll have to disagree, Ron. I'll have to disagree. Tasato's changed so much of himself, you know? He might actually, he might stand a chance. I earned this one. You know what I mean? Publicly asked for the collab is not givingly privately. Tasato asked something of me privately. He's a goofy little guy. Will you be able to talk during the stream or really need support from me via chat? I think you'll be able to talk. I'm gaslighting him. Oh God, I hate not preparing for a debate of all things. But I guess it is a test of my ability to debate on a whim. So sometime tomorrow, Sato and I are collabing. What did he ask? What did you ask, Tasato? What did you ask from me? That I could only send you via DMs. What did you ask of me on your birthday, Tasato? But dogs do begs make you really makes you think. Every single time I say it really makes you think, I think of Hayu now. Sometime tomorrow. Oh god. I'll be there supporting her bullying depending on how I'm feeling. Curious. Really curious. It's a secret? Oh god. I love it when my very greedy chat sees me struggling in life. And they're like, you know what? Another serving, please. More. Wild. Guys, is compassion dead? Is empathy dead? I'm out here on a stretcher, dying in the streets. And all I get is more! Poor Keosa. You know what I mean? He's like, I love you, but... Asterisk. Judging from her reaction, it wasn't too embarrassing enough to roast Tasato over the coals of what he asked of me. I'm a shameless person, however, you know what I mean? You've seen my cosplay photos. I wasn't embarrassed about those either. Open seep. Poor K, are you okay? That's a great question. Thank you for asking, though, Frostfire. A lot of my normal chatters wouldn't even go as far as ask me something like that. Well, your audio really makes you think. We want a guy that makes them think after all. Listen here, Hayu. If it was embarrassing, Chaos would have said it exactly. I'm not very embarrassed that easily. I don't, yeah, there's really not much I'm embarrassed about. Why would one be embarrassed when they're showing off? Tasato was trying to hype this up, what he asked of me. I got you, Kay. Thank you, Frostfire. These people, man, I swear. I see a tiny VTuber and they're like, let's run amok. Let's run wild. There's no accountability around these parts. But if I was cosplaying, there's no way you'd give up the opportunity to bully Tasato. I could turn this into a bullying situation. I was like, you know what, you're right. I could, let me think. How can I turn this situation into a bullying situation for Tasato? The best way I could say this debunk. What he asked for, only a card holder would ask for something like this. That's all I can say. It sounds like it's implying something, but I don't mean to imply it that way. Share with the class. 6 times 9? Okay. So if we did 9 times 10, that's 90. But we minus 6 9 times. No, minus 6 from that. Would it be 89? No. 79? Or 78? I will not share. It sounds like one of those clickbait titles. You'll never believe what KO promised you. You know what I mean? While chat's going crazy and this nonchalant dreadhead. You know what I mean? We just need one of those around here. KO could turn anything into a bullying situation. The question is only how well the other side could counter. I'm pretty good at being toxic. One thing about me, guys, I can make anything toxic. I can flip the narrative really well. What the hell is that math? I thought I do math in my head. You know what I mean? 54. Oh, yeah, okay. I was supposed to do the subtracting from the 6, not from the 9. Alright, sorry about that. So yeah, something very seemingly innocent, but in a loser type of way. Okay, not in the loser type of way, but it was very, 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 very innocent. So you are perceptive on that, Ron. You can use your fingers for 9 if it helps. But how? I have more than... I only have 9. I only have 10 fingers. Where can you get a nonchalant dreadhead? Isn't the smartest? I think I'm pretty smart. I just have dyscalculia. Who needs numbers anyway? You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, it was so innocent. It might actually... Again, like, he... I mean, if he wants to say, he can say. It was so innocent. It was low-key very, very charming. It was very, very cute. BRB says that one, Lee. 9 times anything, bend the fingers, you multiply and count the fingers before... Done. Done reading whatever that was. 9 times 6, leave 5 fingers and 4 fingers. It was a picture of feet. Zato, have you ever seen a picture of my feet? I ask. Have you? Fingers are easy for 9. Count from left to right when you're multiplying by 9. Why left to right, though? Alright, gotta head out for errands. Good popping again. You're all fun peeps. Enjoy the rest of your walk. Also, numbers hates and the potato. Thank you for the $5 super chat, my dear. Type me, my dog's getting just like that. It was a picture of feet. Yes, I have. Zato says he's seen a picture of my feet. Weird. I don't think we'd save her. Yeah, like... Okay, why is it left from right, not right to left? I'd have to see, like, a visual. You have very cute feet. I love how you're openly saying you've seen my feet, and that's appropriate, but you won't say what I gave you for your birthday. It's giving... I keep saying V-card. I meant to say card holder. But thank you for being here, my dear... I can't talk. The Patabo. Did he ask for you to sing him the happy birthday song? More innocent. More innocent. Very cute and very innocent. Okay, left to right because thing... And you put numbers. 2 times 9, 18. Shows one finger... Okay, left to right. Left. I barely know my left from my right. 2 times 9. Whatever. Whatever. I'm back, so my headache is effing murdering me. That's not good, that one, Lee. Let me try putting an ice pack on. Hey, now this is YouTube. You can't share that here. More innocent than that. It was so innocent. Did he ask for an I love you? He did not. It's still, it's so funny. It's embarrassing to say what I actually asked for. It's cute, though. It's low-key cute. It was very, very cute. I think it's best to leave it up to imagination. True. But I will say this says a lot about Tasato as a person at the same time. Because I said, I was like, I'd literally send anything. Or do anything, rather. And this is what he wanted. Kayo said my feet were cute and she didn't even see them. That's correct. You're 6.5. Ron, at any time she'd be like, Kayoza, what's my shoe size? There you go. Does he have a gooey heart of gold? He really does. He's very, very innocent. He puts on this big front like he's some tough guy. But he's the most sensitive crybaby anybody has ever met. I could see him being like, Kayoza, can I see the face of my princess knowing who I worship? That wasn't what he asked for. But it's something on that line of like, where it's like, I technically couldn't have said it out loud. Publicly. Ooh, cutie pie Tasato. That was a shame. His feeling for Kayoza. Note taking. You know what I mean? Shut up. It's giving J says. Thought it was a good man. But Sato is a tsundere here. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, he acts like he's some cool guy. He's at your side. He is. Rough. Hayu Sato is a tsundere ex-tsundere ship. I wonder if that ever happens. I'm not very tsundere though, that's the thing. I think. I think I got a package at the door. He'd melt. Rip Vegas. Oh yeah, shout out to our Vegas trip. It's gonna take 8,000 chapters before it gets anywhere them. I just thought it accused me of being a tsundere. I thought I accused you of being a tsundere. I think you're a tsundere. I think that's a fact. Takes one to know one, Ron. Streamer, yes, my dear debunked. How can I help you with your attention? October 3rd. Is it the 3rd? Right? Is it the 3rd? I want attention real quick. Our Vegas trip. You know what I mean? Kimi no Toroke is good feeling, a fast story in comparison. I remember that Nendoroid of that girl. May you take a look at my artwork? Okay, I can't even reach my phone. Did you KO? I forget. I'm pretty sure I did. I also forget too. Rip. No, it's the 1st. Okay. It was Hayu who recently said September 3rd is his birthday. Sorry, the numbers got me all mixed up. But I didn't remember it was in October. That's right. Yeah, it's 100% October 1st. I was like, that's easy because it's the beginning of Halloween month. Sorry about that, my dear. You know, I am with numbers. Back from trying a dress and dang, I devoured it up. You ate it up? Left no crumbs, right? Proud of you. Proud of you. What's my birthday? Yours was in, hold on, February 25th. Gotcha. You were close enough. I try. Raina always serves, you know what I mean? Ate and left no crumbs? Alright, Raina, I see you. What's my birthday? Jeff Jeffington. Oh, fuck. I remember when it was... Was it in January? Ooh. I don't remember. I don't think of myself like a tsundere. I'm very affectionate. You say, but you constantly are like praying for Tesato's attention. That's tsundere. That's tsundere. January 12th. Was it? I know it's in January. Because I remember that time period. Okay, what's my birthday? I think you didn't tell me. Because remember, like, the last time you asked me, I was like, I don't think you've ever told me. I don't think you told me again. I don't think you ever told me. Am I a tsundere that one leaf? I don't think so. That one leaf is like, please give me a title of anything, please. Please, I gotta be something around here. Debunks the problem child. Hayu's the childhood villain. Please, maybe something. No, I genuinely hate him. That's a lie. I remember your Valentine's Day cards. Gotcha. Guys, everybody. Ron wrote cute and 6 billion Valentine's Day cards to Desato. But Ron's trying to keep up the whole, No, it's not. Am I a tsundere, Chaos? Definitely not. You're a Genki. I thought I told you this. You're way too Genki. Relief is a protege. I did. And look at you, owning up to it immediately. Didn't even put up a fight. That stream was so cute though, I generally didn't think chat would send each other cards. That was so... Wait a minute. I genuinely didn't think anyone was gonna participate in this lame-ass idea. That's what you just said, Stella. Wild. That idea was lame as hell. People actually participated? Damn. Color me surprised is what Stella just said. Completely cut out. Damn. Shout out to my audio settings. I expected them to be like 4K. I see. That's fair. The Valentine's Day stream was so cute. It was a lot of fun. And then absolutely Stefan carried. Guys, I'm telling you, Stefan saved my life that day. Saved my life. Because like I had meant to do that, like try and write everyone ones, but it's like I ran out of time. So whatever came up. Oh, what the heck? Is there a limit on my... What? What the... My thing just stopped. Well, that was interesting. Give me a second. Is there a limit? You can only go on for an hour 40. What? Alright, well at least that one was... What was that? Damn, I don't even know. What the... catch whatever the hell that was? Me when I have the replay off? What the? Rip treadmill. Can't wait till next year's Valentine's Day. I'm streaming next year. It doesn't say. How do I? It does say 8 miles, but I don't know if that was combined between the two. I'm assuming, right? What the hell? Weekly recap. And challenges stats. Sorry, you guys, my activity. Oh, no. Okay, so okay, hold on. 3 plus 7.4. What? 3.7.5. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh! So technically I hit the 10 miles. Yeah, about 3 hours. Huh. I feel like that went really fast. Not 3 plus 7. 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Did I ever tell Chad about how I spent up to $80 during Easter weekend? I don't think you did. Guys, how do you feel about Labubus? Low-key, I kind of want one. That's my consumer brain. Well, I did, 7, 8, 9, 10. Terminal said you were on 4.5 the whole time. I guess my speed was a little bit higher. I don't know, that just didn't, to me, that didn't feel like 10 miles. You're even missing my tag message. I love how you... Listen here, my greedy son. What did you say? Check my last message. I'll start tagging every message from now on. You really should. Okay, what's your last message? Let's see. I'm the protege. I said that. I agreed with someone saying you're the protege. You know what I mean? You're just like me. Says you were walking really fast, too. I hit my incentive for April. What was your incentive for April again? Incentive? I'm confused. You guys are so mean to me. Want me to buy you a Labubu with my monthly bonus? That's a funky sounding sentence. I don't know. There's a lot of bootlegs. You have to be careful that you don't buy a knockoff, technically. Consumer Brain speaking, did you see the last Sakura Miku pop-up parade? I did! Where she's kind of like in an elegant outfit. Low-key, I like it. Low-key, I kind of like it. She's so stinking cute. They're releasing the Sakura Miku Dolphins Peak Season. Yeah, I did see the re-release. I was thinking about getting it before I was super, like, trying to save money. I don't know, those things, like, skyrocket in value. You know what I mean? So I might do it anyway, just as a value investment. What is a Labubu? It's like this little monster thing, little monster keychain. And it's just like this little doll monster. And it's kind of ugly, but it's kind of cute and charming at the same time. It's like really popular and trendy right now. There's no way that was 10 miles. Did it feel like 10 miles to anybody else? You're struggling to talk around that speed, so maybe the speed is off. I will say, I definitely think the speed is off for a fact. But would that have to do with the distance, I guess? Either way, I'll just keep walking. Alright, give me a second. Let me restart this. Guys, we're at 41 likes! And it sucks because, like, I did find out again my Garmin watch. I'll just have to I'll just have to get another, what's it called? Just wear my Apple Watch and my Garmin watch. Because nobody knows how long we're walking for here. It's been over 2 hours. Let me put this guy back on. There we go. Alright, well, we'll just start over. Kind of cute, but kind of ugly and charming makes you think. All I'm saying is my favorite type of man is medium ugly. It's my favorite type of man, medium ugly. Alright, there we go. We were having so much fun we didn't notice. It could be. I don't know, I'm just so used to like doing like a lot of long distance walking. Because I usually do, well... 3 hours? Yeah, I mean, it could have been. Who knows? I might have broke my leg on walk day. I'm stopping paying my calves now. Were you walking on your tippy toes? You may have done that. I'm just a little boo-boo to chaos. Just a little keychain I put on my purse. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with that. As long as you sit and look cute, that's all that matters. I do not like the Labubu. You don't like them? Did you look them up, Chef Dropping Son? You use your GPS device and accelerator to measure how much distance you moved on the Earth on a treadmill. I can't tell if this is sarcasm, but it sounded in a sarcastic tone. So why are you giving me attitude, Hayu? Nobody is medium ugly like me. I don't know. I don't know if I'd agree with that. Congrats, it's like you were meant for one another. I mean, Hayu, I'm just out of curiosity. How would you describe yourself? You know what I mean? How would you describe your appearance? I'm just curious. You know what I mean? Looks like normie woman stuff. I like normie woman stuff though. I like the Lululemon. You know what I mean? I like the Stanley water bottles. I wasn't walking my tippy toes. KO's is keychains. Really makes you think. Those things are ugly, but they're kind of charming. They're kind of charming. I'm doing my job as the villain, duh. Magnificent bastard, he thinks he looks like. I don't know if I'd go that far. I can't tell if that was sarcasm. Listen, okay, so he was helping me. Listen here. He was helping me earnestly, honestly earlier, okay? So I was like, oh, is this a Hayu being useful? A useful member to the KO as a community moment? Or is this being him being useless? I can't speak. It's okay to be a normie woman. Thank you. I like my Lululemon. You know what I mean? I like it. I do have a package for them today. It was a really cute set, you guys. Okay, it was a horse girl without the horses. That is what got me into drawing, as a horse girl. Rance, there you go. You think you look like Rance? Nice try. Pilots and their damn egos. Okay. Okay. Pilots, am I right? They get a few dollars. They get a few dollars, okay? They get a couple dollars from the military. Untouchable. You know what's gonna be excited thinking she was in a Uma Musume, but then I realized you meant Briar Doll. Okay, first of all, Hayu, do you play Uma Musume? Well, the English version's coming to like the West here soon. And I think I want to play. I like vodka, and I'm like, oh, I feel like I could do a good cosplay of her. Pilots have massive egos, says Debunk User, who pilots a shopping cart as we speak. Who has a bigger ego, surgeon or pilots? That's a great question. You know what I mean? Surgeons. I hate to say it, KO is adorable sometimes. Emphasis on the sometimes, however. I love how nobody can just be nice. Nobody can ever be like, Kaoza, I think you're a hard worker. Kaoza, I think you're cute. It always has to come with an asterisk. You guys know it'll go straight to my ego. Pilots, because we save hundreds of lives, they only save one. But saving, more like protecting. I wouldn't really say saving. You see how manufacturers such as those for Lululemon are showing how to order directly for them off the Lululemon brand? Oh, that bogus nonsense. The Chinese, definitely, I would say propaganda. I'd go as far as to say that. If that's what you're talking about, yeah, no. That's definitely not how it works. Because, like, the way that the company works for Lululemon, you know, they have contracts. They're not going to put that contract as risk to give the layman a little $3 pair of leggings. 100% the propaganda. It was wild. It was so, man, it was so crazy. It really just showed a lot how, like, you know, the way society is nowadays. Like, these companies were like, yeah, we make Birkins. We make Birkins. Buy them here for cheap. The manufacturers who are magnificent at making perfect one-for-one, like, replicas and dupes of purses were like, actually, guys, this has been real the entire time. And people are like, wow. You know what I mean? It's giving street vendors an interest. You know what I mean? Surgeons, they don't have a plane that has to get off the ground. I think you have blue hair. Maybe. I used to think you were a hard worker before you took the... Wow. Tasato says he doesn't think I've been working hard when I was on break. Do you know how much... that might get you in a timeout, Tasato. Guys, did you know? Did you guys know I'm completely free tomorrow? Hi, you. Hi, are you doing anything tomorrow? Impressions of KO gender swap? That's true. I believe that even now, are you? Again, women are just like little pets. You give them treats, compliments, buy them what they want. That's all there is to it. How men will not recognize this and understand it, their loss. I'll be gone for a while, says that one leaf. I love My Little Pony. Had a crazy toy collection besides Little's Pet Shop. I really do too. I really do love My Little Pony. My sister came to me with that and I was like, there's no way. Your sister believed that? I'll take it. I don't like your sister. I'm sorry. You didn't work hard on your break, the break you created? Yes, I'm very busy, says Hayu. I forgot the context of that one. Nobody wishes for the downfall the way I do? Oh my god, you can always punch up the walking stream. I'm free all Sunday. Oh, that is true. Wait a minute, I asked Hayu if I said, are you free? Son, are you free tomorrow? And he says yes. And then I am very busy. Maybe. I forgot what I said. Wow. My sister's a dumbass. God bless whoever she operates on. Damn, her of all people. Because again, like the thing is, like the manufacturing contracts is what's so important. You know what I mean? They're not gonna risk losing a client like Lululemon to sell, like, to make quote unquote profit of like $3 on these leggings. Wild. Tasato, didn't you say, excuse me, how didn't you say something about 3 weeks off right now? I was saying I'm very busy, I'm not free. Being rejected by Hayu, you guys, does absolutely insane to my ego. I don't think there's anything worse. I'm down in the dumps now. Like, man, like, I can understand, like, somebody else, but Hayu? Getting turned down by Hayu? Man, I'm in the trenches. Guys, has it really been this bad? Damn. I guess I'm self-reflecting to do. Don't kill yourself, you're so sexy. You know what I mean? I'm trying my best to wingman you, shut up. Hayu. Okay, Hayu. He's trying here. He's trying as if I need help. It could be the same time as Fortnite since you'd work out that time too. Finish my draft listing. How about you eBay rot? Getting back into collecting Lionel Special kind of maybe add one to my Mercari listings. I see, Reina. I see. Alright, I think I'm done walking. I mean, I technically hit my 10 miles, but I don't even know if I hit my 10 miles. Either way, I'll just move my treadmill and sit for a little bit. Alright, shout out to the treadmill. You don't want to make it too easy for her. It makes her less interested. Yeah. That would be a very factual statement. I will say, alright, well, there's 10 miles of walking. 3 hours. See, I feel like roughly that'd be around that time anyway. Because I'm trying to think, like when I go on my walks on my own, it's kind of like around the time frame, I'd say. Is how you worth killing yourself over? The thing is, I have a very low threshold of killing myself. That's kind of hard to say. 3 hours sounds about right. You know what I mean? It's okay, Kale. We'll get them there eventually. Listen here, Hayu, you don't even know. You don't even know. Alright, let's see. I've only been streaming for 3 hours, though. Not really stream. I guess I could technically leave and then come back and do the trauma dump stream. You guys can let out all your little feelings. You're too sexy, please stop. Give me a second, I gotta, let's see, how do I do this? Alright, I'm just gonna, I guess, turn off the treadmill, or I can just put it backwards. Alright, let me switch to my little Shoost. Shoost, there we go. Not a lost cause of man, that's a lot, there's a lot of work needed to sort out. Good God. Good God. Tasato, he does have hope, but it does take like a lot of work. Guys, you guys think you know Tasato, you don't. What is it? He's like an onion. I can certainly imagine and extrapolate how much I've seen so far. I don't think you actually could. Not the green. The spallation neuron source is out of alignment, so the magnetic field is damaging the housing. I will say, as I moved it back, I kind of had less, what's it called? Less, maybe interference or whatever. So now, hi, what is the solution here again? You said like a grounding mat or something? Like if I put my treadmill on like a rubber mat, would that help? She doesn't know. Listen here. I wish Dark Virus was here. I have bones to pick with him. Guys, how do we help Dark Virus? He's in a very toxic friendship relationship. I say relationship loosely, not like as a romantic relationship. But he's really addicted to this woman who treats him like trash because she's very, very toxic. And she continues to hurt him. And it's doing kind of like bad damage. You know what I mean? What do you do about him? We need a what's it called? Intervention. Not the treadmill. On top of the desk to block the field coming from on top of the desk? So my desk is completely metal. Is that anything? You know what I mean? And we need to make him addicted to his wife. That's not even like, you know what I mean? The thing is like when it comes to like, you know, those types of long-term relationships, you know, things get stagnant. So very exciting people, such as those with mental illness, are gonna be very attractive to him. Not in a sexual sense, just as in he's gonna be drawn to them. Kind of like how he's drawn to me, because I'm very neurotic. So it's really hard to say about the whole wife thing. It is, and it's still messing with it. That's a hell of a motor. Yeah, yeah. My desk is metal. I have the Magnus, whatever. Magnus something. It's like working stand. Aluminum and steel. I don't know. All I know is when I put a magnetic thing to it, stick to it. Masochistic traits. He needs a complete cut contact. Agreed. I definitely agree. He just keeps relapsing. The problem with Dark Virus is he's also very empathetic, and the person that he's addicted to is a woman who's been damaged, and so she's very pitiful. And so he's very empathetic to that fact, but to literally like a detriment. Aluminum isn't magnetic. Probably steel. He needs something else to focus on. That's what I'm saying. And so it's like he keeps getting like stuck in this cycle where it's like, you know, the fact that he wants to do streaming and stuff like that and focus on it more like severely. But shout out to these shoes, by the way. My feet are hurting a little bit, but only a little bit. You know? I'm not, like, completely as bad as last time. Never make a girl the center of your life. Agreed. And funny enough, again, like, every time I'm not interested in a man, they become, like, insane. Like, they become insanely, like, attracted to me. You know what I mean? And not to, you know, ego boost. You know what I mean, though? You know what I mean? Because it is attractive when someone has, like, their focus on something. You know? And she knows the BPD girl, which I don't know her proper name. And very obviously I would not call her by properly. How do I turn off this treadmill? Should I just... Alright, I'll just turn it off and... Oh, I lost my train of thought. Haha, no idea what you mean. Saw your lost cause and you're so lucky. You're so lucky. I'm generous and patient with you. Because I could rip you to shreds. You know what I mean? But the girl that debunked, or excuse me, Dark Virus. Why are there so many D's in chat? Dark Virus is attached to, like, either she's not aware or she is very aware of his addictive behavior, so she takes advantage of him, and that's really fucking shitty. You know what I mean? And she's too damn old to be acting this way. She's 26. You know what I mean? Like, grow up and take accountability. Give me a second, I gotta move my treadmill. Thank you, my love, Sister Sato. Oh, God. Another D is join the chat. You know what I mean? Guys and gals both, they don't want the easy route. They want their partner to be someone they can be proud of. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, a lot of people just want a trophy. That's what I find. You know what I mean? Basato, who's accomplished absolutely nothing in his life, was like, KO's works as a good trophy. All this is. Alright, guys, I don't know what we're gonna do about this whole, treadmill barely working situation. Give me a second. So, like I said, KO has a virtue of patience. I will say that is probably one of my... I'm very, very patient of all things considered. Let's move this down. There we go. The mic cut. How far back can you put the treadmill and still stream? It's pretty far back, actually. So I did move it pretty far. I will say the room's heating up, and I wonder if that has anything to do with the treadmill itself, or just, like, my body generating heat. Oh, God. Oh, wow, my table feels small now. Weird. 10 miles wasn't enough for you? It really wasn't. All things considered. Ew, my desk feels tiny now. Now that I've put it small. Hold on. Now, the one time my guy posted a meme about women taking accountability. Arguably the fact it's approaching midday in the West Coast. If you want to make fun of me, here's your perfect opportunity. Why? Either way, I'll take it, but like, why? Give me something to work with here. You know what I mean? But yeah, Dark Verse. It's like the only thing, like, I don't know. My dumbass self just took apart my old PC ready to put my new SSD in. And I can't find any screwdriver in my entire place. I mean, I didn't need that instance to make fun of you for being a dummy. But I appreciate the added ammunition. He really thought points and laughs. That was like what I needed. Are you walking? I was until I finished my like 10 miles. And so now I'm sitting at my desk. And now I'm like, okay, well, I'm sitting here. Go, chubby girl, go! Says Hydronix. Any chubby chasers in chat? How can I make this about making money? I'll take it. I'll take it. Any chubby chasers in chat? I just want to hog attention and knew the bait you'd with that intro. Mission accomplished. My chat, and it's fine, I give it to them too, loves personalized attention. Wait, give me a second. I think something came at the door. Let me see. I'm chubby. Shout out to being chubby. I will say, that's really weird. I love personalized attention from you. Of course you do, you freak. Yeah, Dark does worry me. He hides himself a lot, and I hardly hope he can cut her off and open him up more, but I know he has a lot of history that prevents that from happening easily. Yeah, agreed. And I think, like, the thing that is the biggest issue is he cannot hold himself accountable, and certainly he cannot get his wife to hold him accountable, because obviously it's a point of conflict. So he's just kind of struggling on his own vices, and he gets lonely very easily. Think about it. He kind of lives in general. You know what I mean? But this girl is so toxic for him, you know, and he's really not realizing the damage she's doing to him. And again, she should be self-aware. So it's like what? But then like, so it's like, what can I do? You know what I mean? Like, what can I do? Like, do I talk to her? You know what I mean? I feel like I don't want to say that's weird. I would do it. But like, how would you, you know what I mean? How would you execute that is what I mean to say. Because I don't think she realizes, like, to me, like, if you love somebody, why the hell are you going to put them through hell? You know what I mean? Alright, let me put my background on. What do we got here? Coffee shop. Let's see. I might be floating kind of weird. All right, not bad. We're in the coffee shop. I pray for David Goggins' influence. And what's interesting is that he seems to, like, what's it called? Consume that really well. But then he doesn't, like, put it together. You know what I mean? Because, like, it sounds like he's motivated to, like, lose weight. Because he said it's, like, you know, a thing that he wants to fix about himself. But then he just doesn't go all the way through. So it's like, where is the, you know what I mean? Time for chat to have a grapefruit soda. That sounds good, low-key. What can we as a community do? That's what I'm saying. So it's like, I don't know. Like, you know, that's what I'm kind of thinking about. It's hard to help from a distance kind of in that case because you can't make sure he's staying away because she certainly isn't going to stay away. That's what I'm saying. And what the worst part again, like I've been in her fucking shoes. You know what I mean? It's also excruciating for her as well. You know what I mean? Because like even she says, you know, Dark, you're hurting me, blah, blah, blah. You know, this is toxic essentially. Like I'm reading through the lines. But he's not, he's also making it worse. So they're both in hell. You know what I mean? Joke aside, I do want to help. You know what I mean? I'd also love to help. It's so hard, especially because like I love how like this is like the one time I think like, his mother's birthday, so it's like he's like not here in chat. Understanding a lesson and following through are very different things. Agreed. And it's like he has very heavy attachment issues, and it's a very, very unhealthy relationship he has with this woman. And she also has attachment issues, so it's kind of like funny enough, like they're both like a match made in hell. You know what I mean? He likes attention and has attachment issues. She likes attention and has attachment issues. So now they're just like stuck to each other. And it's not good for either party. All right, where's my tail? There we go. He consumes it in a very performative manner, I think. I don't think he's properly internalizing the information to apply himself in his life. Consumes like what? David Goggins and stuff like that? I could definitely see that. I think he's a little, how I like to put it, as airheaded. Because like sometimes like I'll have to explain things like twice for him to kind of get it. So I kind of know what you mean there. That's why it's like, I don't know, do I talk to him on stream or do I talk to him in chat? I might have to talk to him on stream. You know what I mean? Misery loves company thing. Yeah. I feel bad for not knowing how to help. That's why we're sitting here discussing it. Cause like, you know, we're human, you know, we don't know the perfect answers each time. That's why we're, trying to figure it out. Yandere married to a yandere. And the worst part is that it's not a marriage. You know what I mean? He's married and he has kids. It's a younger girl that has this weird affection to him, you know, and they're good friends and it's on the line of very inappropriate, but it's just like, they're so addicted to each other. It's like, this is just what happens, you know, with people. Since he's performative with everything else, but I'm praying for a breakthrough. So at the end of the day, he's the only one who can actually follow through. He needs a new addiction then. And that's what I've been kind of trying to push on him. I was kind of trying to say, like, you know, in these times where you're feeling like withdrawals from her, because he will feel it. Because again, like, I think you read some of that book, Debunk User, that I recommended him. He will feel withdrawals because he is addicted to this person. He's got to focus on himself in those moments. And so he has like the conceptual of understanding he needs to focus on himself, but he doesn't do it. You know what I mean? That sucks for both. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, it's a vicious cycle. So you could only approach the situation, you know, with tender and care. And so it's like, it'd be better if I like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I heard all the book, best book, in my opinion. You know what I mean? It was a great book. The title is corny. The title is mad corny, but other than that, it's a great book. And I come back right as the stream is presumably ending. We're just chit-chatting. I did my little 10 miles. It's funny. I literally would probably go on an evening walk. Guys, am I turning into a beast? I'll probably go on a walk after this. Wild. But outdoors this time. We jump him during a Fortnite stream and actually make an intervention. See, that sounds good in theory, but because it's such a tender topic and he already talked about relapsing today, he has to kind of like know he's coming into this situation and we're going to talk about it, which I think he would be very open to do. We just got to find a perfect time for it. And he said he was busy tomorrow, which kind of sucks. Because it is something, and again, like I will say, it's like, you know, we have to handle this very, very carefully because he's very sensitive, you know what I mean? I can use the duct tape, says Hayu. I want to eat, but my cats are sleeping here and I tell them they'll steal my food. That's so cute. When cats eat your food, very cute. Very, very cute. I was joking, but I think if you set up a space, I agree it could be helpful. Yeah. No longer a cardio buddy, cardio beast. You gotta be careful because if you just yeah, exactly. He's very, but it's like he's very open about it. Cause like when I asked him earlier, I don't know how far up in chat, I was like, you know, what can I do? Cause like that's the thing. Cause like for my quote unquote close friends, I know I can be very, very like rough and imprudent with them. But technically, you know, I don't know how close I am to Dark, so I don't know what he wants. Like for me, like when it comes to these types of situations. Like, everyone's different. Sometimes, like, some people just like it when you just slap the shit out of them. Like, you're a dumb piece of idiotic shit for being dumb as fuck and messing with this dumbass woman. You know, sometimes, like, that works for them. So it's like, I don't really know what works for him. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that works. You know what I mean? The group model kit stream is a good opportunity. I might ruin the quote-unquote vibe. You know what I mean? It just got real. It depends on the person, because like there are friends where it's like I could talk to them that way, and like that, like, and it's usually men. It works well with men because it like quote unquote wakes them up and makes them feel like, yeah, I'm a man. You know what I mean? So I think that might work for him. We'll just see. Surprising someone like that comes fight or flight kind of thing. Agreed. Like debunk users, that kind of person. I said, all right, stop being a pussy and tell me. He was like, all right, I'll tell you. It worked immediately. How do you talk to women about that? Talk to women about what? I very rarely talk to women in general. You know what I mean? Like, what's your method? Oh, so it depends on the woman. Women are very, very more emotional. And that's also another thing. I would say more feminine people. Very emotional. For women... It sounds kind of bad, but it's like you just have to gas them up. Be like, you're way too good for him. You know what I mean? There's men all across the world like this. It's too easy as a woman for you to be carrying with this dumbass man. You know, it's usually kind of the path you have to take it. But for a man, you have to like build the strength from within. You know what I mean? I do feel like women might be externally stimulus a little bit more, maybe in that regard. But like I said, I don't really interact with women too much. Be a girl's girl, exactly. Because I will say, like, damn, like, I don't know. It's like, again, like, every time I've tried that with some women, they get angry at me when I do my masculine thing. Because, like, the whole man up shit, like, that works for me, too. But whenever I do that with a woman, they get angry at me. Man, I'm on your side. Women are hard. This is hard, you guys. As likely one of the only women in this chat, I can confirm there's a good amount of women here, I'll say. There's quite a few women here, actually. Yeah. Women are hard. You know what I mean? Because it's very... I will say, because like, it is like based on the hormonal cycle. Because like there are times where I can handle a lot. And other times, I like cried. You know what I mean? Because it's just based on my hormones. So it's like, it's really hard to say. You know what I mean? Women sure be shopping. I like my Starbucks. I like my shopping. I like my Lululemon. What else do I like? I like my Stanley Cups. What else? I like buying little keychains and trinkets. You know, women are hard to understand when not even a woman understands. You know what I mean? But I think that might be the answer, though. I think it's because it's so important based on because like their hormones change like in their body, and that directly influences your emotions. So unless you know a woman's hormonal schedule, it's kind of hard to make a true judgment. You know what I mean? I did have similar situations like this, but the difference, those people were attracted romantically to the talkative person here. Oh, I definitely know. So to me, and I've always said this, a BPD attraction, where it's a very toxic attraction, it's like an attachment. To me, it's very, very, very similar to romantic attraction at the same time, because the feelings are still intense. You still have that withdrawal thing if they're not responding. But So it's like, it's almost like if you handle them the same way, it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? But I mean, you know, I don't know Dark Virus's situation. All I know is he's a man. And this woman is like 10 years younger than him. So I can only assume, you know, I can't, you know, I can't say for sure, but I can only assume, you know what I mean? And then it comes down to society standards of how people are raised, because women are more open with their emotions outwardly, so it's easier to understand. When men, you have to force them to open up or sneak in. I can see that. I'm a little confused. The city changed, big sis. I don't think she sees the joys in local events in town. Rough to see, Raina. Like your little la-poo-poo. Listen here. La-boo-boo. Thank you very much. We got men, we got women, we have the they, thems, and others. We have a lot of they, thems. Shout out to the they, them community, you guys. Nobody can force me to open up about my emotions. I love how that's so tongue-in-cheek. That's so tongue-in-cheek, my dear. Me open about my feelings. I find a lot of guys around here to be actually quite open. Yeah, beating the shit out of them to get them that way. You know what I mean? Like, I've had to sit here and be like, you know, I know you're a guy, but you can talk to me. I won't judge you, and I don't judge them. You know what I mean? The they, them energy. More they, thems than women, honestly. I think that is the real and true answer, actually. I mean, we could ask him truthfully why he talks this person. I know for a fact, I mean, I've asked, like, I've said, like, do you do this because of this? And he's agreed. It's really because, think about it, he lives a very, very stressful life, where he's a father of 2 autistic young children. He lives in a very small environment. He is coping by buying happiness. He has a shopping addiction, and it's like, I thought I had a shopping addiction. He is a 10 times worse shopping addiction than me. So he thinks he can buy happiness. He's declared it when he said that he only gets like 3 or 7 seconds of happiness whenever he opens a package. So it's very, very unhealthy. He's addicted to food and stuff like that too. He's gotten up at his worst, I think 380 pounds at 5'10". And now he's sitting around the 308 area. So he's also had issues with eating food. He has very, very addictive behavior. A woman comes into his life, 10 years younger. I'm telling you, guys, I'm so popular in the fucking, anytime there's a man over 10 years older than me, good God, they just love attention from those who are younger than them. It boosts their ego. It makes them feel like, oh, I still got it, you know, type of thing. You know, so he's getting that attention from this person who's 10 years younger than him. And he's just addicted to it. And some people just do get addicted to people. You know what I mean? I'm so damn confused when I opened up here and didn't get judged. That's because I've spent a lot of time studying human behavior. And that's the answer. Guys around me are open. Let me make this about me and my community. What are you saying? Listen here. How do we go from hog rider to the chicken jockey? That's a great question. Absolute queen, really? I don't even know what that's in reference for, but I'll take it. He's 5'9". Is he 5'9"? 5'10" or 5'9"? The only thing that stops me from shopping addiction is financial. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like he has such an addictive behavior. When he's streaming, he's just so like addicted to dopamine that he has like 3 different windows up, playing video games while drawing, while talking to chat. Yeah, I think the best probably way to handle this is to just talk to him one-on-one on stream. So we can write like a whole plan out, like a plan of action. You know what I mean? That's funny. This is like the second time I'm having to do this to people. Don't worry, debunk user, you're still on the list. We'll still do that for you too. But we also have to add Dark Virus. Good God. We're the same size. I'd never forget such thing. I see. I had no clue Dark Virus is going through fish like that. Yeah. Dark Virus is going through a lot. And he says that he has such a jovial personality. It like makes it seem like there's nothing bothering him. But he's going through a lot emotionally. Drawing, gaming, chat on his phone, music going crazy. You know what I mean? And it's like, I can understand that for someone skibbity like a debunked user. But like, he's 38. Oh yeah, men who want my attention are literally older than me. Anyway, for 30 years older. Like, what do you want from me? Your attention. You just said it. Exaholic talked about the fact that dopamine is what boosts addiction. Serotonin is the thing that drops it. Thank you, kindly KO. I didn't like pushing you that or anything TBH. Yeah, I get like, as always, just like everything else in my life, I just have to find the perfect time for it. Because I will say, in my justification, I do have to very, very particularly be in the right emotional state in order for me to be effective. Because like, you know, times like there are times where I've told you where I was like, I can't do this right now because my brain's fried. So it's like I have to be in the perfect emotional state in order to be effective. So that's why it looks like I keep procrastinating on these things. But I'm waiting for the perfect time so I can be the most effective. You know what I mean? Like for example, like I told you, Desato's forcing a collab out of me tomorrow. And I'm not even ready, so it's gonna be dog shit. I'm just letting you guys know. I always assume jovial people are fighting some deep stuff, or at least did. Yeah, I would say that's a pretty common sentiment, but it depends, I would say. Kind of feeling bad for that dude. He's such a fire dead serious. He really is, and that's the thing. Is like, and the worst part about it, or rather the best part, or the most heartbreaking part about it, is he does want to change, and he is capable of change, but because he goes through so much, it's hard for him to change. You know what I mean? That's why it's like I've been trying to get him to get rid of his stuff. And good God, when he sends photos of his collection, it looks like we've gotten rid of nothing. You know what I mean? It's damn annoying that I always remember that I want to vent when we were talking about helping someone else. No, it's completely normal. And I again, like, you can vent all you want. A lot of people are like, oh, I don't want to make this about me because it makes me feel like a detention whore. But that's not the case. You simply can relate to the situation at hand. So feel free to talk however you want. But I will say, I don't know. Derby Bloops, never been in your streams before today. Enjoy your walk. I did. I was having a lot of issues with my computer. So that kind of sucked. But other than that, I had a pretty good walk. I did my little 10 miles. Preemptively blaming me already. Tasato? Okay, tell me this, Tasato. What are we arguing about tomorrow? Give me the exact debate. So right now, I can make the thumbnail. Tell me. That's valid, but I do want you to know, though, I don't need a proper response. Just willing to listen is good for me. I see. You really did pour your heart out that one time in the Discord. You know what I mean? I do applaud that. Just make sure you're prepared for didn't ask. It's not that I feel like a attention whore. It's more that I don't want to distract from the situation at hand. I mean, the thing is, like, everybody can provide valuable insight. And sometimes when people bring up their own, there have been times where people brought up their own, like, pain or thing that bothered them, and it puts 2 and 2 together for me. So it's like, you know, like, I am very open to any new information, you know what I mean? The model freezing, was it freezing again? Or unless earlier, rip. Time for Jeff to leave. See you, Jeff Jefferson, I appreciate you being here. You and Tasato should debate which part of the immune system is the best. I don't know a lot about the immune system, not gonna lie. You see how Tasato has not provided our exact debate so I can make a thumbnail? So I love how he's like, oh, you're blaming me, but it's literally his fault. I'm always prepared for that, LMAO. I hope someone got something out of that. The public crash out. What I do find interesting is, like, I think the reason why I'm procrastinating your thing, debunk user, is I don't know what you truly want. You know what I mean? I don't know what you want. So unless I have a clear directive of how to point you into our particular direction, I'm not super effective. I know Dark Virus wants to stop his addictive behaviors in the various ways that it manifests in his life, so I can help him with that. I don't know what you want, you know what I mean? But I also think you need to understand, like, what do you want? You know, you need to figure that out. Mine is similar to Debbie's, not Dark's. All right, then just bring it up. Feel free. I'm just yapping, you know? We don't have a topic at hand. But what is Deborah's? I will say, you know what I mean? I'll figure that out. I bid you farewell, my fellow yaoi Yuri enthusiast. You guys are so funny. So yeah, how would you say yours is similar to Debbie's? Is that like you don't feel like you know what you want to do in life? Is that it? Because the thing is, the problem with Deborah is just he puts too much pressure on himself, and to a point it does harm. And so I would go as far as to say is that pressure he's putting on himself is just self-harm. You know what I mean? Please tell Kaoza what you will be arguing about. You see what I'm saying, Gorf? You see, keep him accountable. Keep him accountable, Gorf. Because he said farewell. You know, I think he was just saying bye to Jeff, actually. Tasato. I'm scared of talking because I don't want to be disliked. Oh, but you have to understand. Oh, that's what I was talking about this. I was like, I need to build you guys' confidence. You know what I mean? And I will say, I think that's a lot of times why people are attracted to me, as in they, you know, are around me. As they're like, oh, she's confident. I wonder if that could rub off on me in a way. What is that noise? Hold on. Because you guys need to build your confidence. Because like, if you're really confident, you wouldn't worry about people disliking you. You know what I mean? Okay, if this ain't useful for a time, I was very obsessed with this woman. I cried when I found out I was invited to a birthday party, not her as well. And the thing is, she hurt me. You'll continue in a moment. Okay. Let me see. What was that noise? I do not know. Hey, my confidence build up. You really do, my dear. You do have a bright personality. I don't know if I'd really call it bright. More like eccentric, I would say. Thank you, Gorv. I'm mentally running through the list before I produce it. You're funny. Yeah, I don't even have the slightest sliver of confidence. So I ask that one, Leaf. That being said, what are you most insecure about? Like, what is your number one insecurity? And I think if you can address that, you can get somewhere. You know what I mean? Because the opposite of confidence is insecurity. So what's your number one insecurity? And if you can lower that, you should be good. I'm cleaning my eyes. Hold on. Or rubbing my eyes. Like, you know when you rub your eyes and it feels amazing? No, I can't see, however. Probably my looks. Okay, would it be your genetic structure? As in things you can't really change? Or is it be something like your weight or your height? Which I guess is genetic. Weight is, you know what I mean? Weight, or height is genetic. You know what I mean? Because it was a weight problem. Because I used to have, definitely, I was very, very insecure about my appearance. Because I was very chunky as a kid. And so I had to work on that. Pressure to the point I'd be considered self-harm. That's not something I thought about. Yeah, it's 1,000,000,000%. I'm pretty sure I thought I've said that before, actually. My weight and my face. So I will say, when they've done studies on finding people attractive, is your motive in life, I ask, finding like a partner? Like, is that like one of your biggest desires and goals? Is like finding like a girlfriend and possibly future wife? But I will say, when they've done a lot of studies showing what's the most attractive kind of person, and they had a scale of all these people, like 1 being like physical deformities, 0 being like super omega physical deformities, up to a 10, which is like a supermodel status. On average, when quizzing people, it was literally the average. So like the 4, 5, and 6 range was the most attractive to society. Because if you're too attractive, it makes you feel self-conscious. And you're like, I don't even want to talk to this person because I don't feel like I'm worthy. But if too unattractive, obviously they don't want that as a partner because they think it brings down, like lowers their value. So if you're very, very average and you have very average traits, you're in a very, very good position. It'd be nice to have a girlfriend or wife, but not mandatory. I see. Tasato, welcome, Dark Virus. We just spent the last 30 minutes talking about you. LOL, haha. So that being said, there's a highly likelihood you're very average. You know what I mean? Just because like the average person is average. So you having average genetics, you just need to really work on your weight. That'd be the solution. Like I would say I have very, very average genetics, all things considered. But I overcompensate with like my physical body and like how I keep my body, to kind of bring me up or whatever, to be able to find a partner or whatever easily. So basically we would flirt with each other mutually, but turns out she had a girlfriend at the same time. She brought up that on Christmas Eve. I couldn't remember what year, besides she would. I see. You really said teehee. Me? Yes, Dark Virus, because we want to help you. We want to help you with your addiction with this woman, but nobody in your life is keeping you accountable, probably because you kind of have to kind of keep her on the down low. But we do know it's like something that's doing damage to you. So we're all trying to brainstorm how we could help you stay accountable by keeping her out of your life. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Very likely you're mad average. Very likely. You know what I mean? But there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I would say, like, I've always joked about this. I don't remember if I've joked about it on stream or whatever. But I'm in the safe bet territory. Where it's like, I won't ruin a guy's confidence if he asks me if I'm interested in him. because I'm not so attractive to where like they take insult to it. So, but that because I'm in a safe bet range, I have a lot of people. They're like, oh, like let me just try this out. You know what I mean? Let me see. What's the worst that could happen? You know what I mean? And so technically, it makes me rather popular because I'm a very safe bet. Told them average looking, I really don't see it in the slightest. That's a good thing though. So many people are so worried about being like beautiful, super, super attractive. They don't realize that being average is actually a really, really good thing. Gotta get that anime body, new goal for me. I mean, it has benefits. I'm not gonna lie, like me personally, because again, like I had childhood obesity. I used to be a chunker, and then every time I go through a depression, like when I got kicked out of the military, oh buddy, I ate my feelings. You know what I mean? And it's latter day difference the way society perceives you. And yes, it is bad that people are very, very judgmental based on your appearance, but that is simply how humans operate. Like it's just, I mean, you know what I mean? It's just, yes, it sucks that that's how they operate. It is simply just how they operate. You know what I mean? So it's like night and day difference. Time versus labels. Time versus labels. Government overreach. What else do we have? Government regulations of videos. What kind of vices? All right, we'll just figure this out. The thing is too, my physique is very good genetically. It's just covered by chubby. So then I would say just like start pick like a goal weight or something like that, and technically I could help you. You know, because I'm pretty good with nutrition and stuff like that. If you said you weren't attracted to me, I'd robe. I'm attracted to you. You were just doing like a fun fact. You know what I mean? An average Mexican, but my charisma funniness elevates me. Yeah, I will say a smile looks really good on you, Dark Virus. I will say that for sure. You know what I mean? Okay, it was a save. Ghost me and some other stuff and probably can't say lie. Basically, when I stopped talking to her, she would ask what's wrong and couldn't bring up why. Fast forward. I love Ron. Continue this story. I'm still interested. It's just funny because like I just keep, you know what I mean? You're just dropping more lore, but like it's so intermittent. Damn, Tasato, you're in there. Tasato's gonna clip that. What is that? Laughing my socks off? What the hell does that mean? Here's your attention, you ordered debunk users, because you started saying LMAO and then you changed it to LMSK. So somebody would ask you. Yeah, it was just a fun fact, but I always feel nice to hear. Yes, Tasato, I find you attractive. Oh god, here, damn. How do you gauge average? Honestly, I'm not sure what average is, because average for the people around family includes should be 6'1", funny and fit. That's a good question, because I will say, I think like the quote unquote, it's like based on just average genetics, like slight symmetry in the face, like some asymmetry is fine. The thing is like quote unquote, you know, I'm quoting someone else. What makes people attractive is good genetics. So it's like if you have like a straight nose, you have like a higher likelihood of having straight breathing airways. Like a recessed chin means like there's a part of your palate in the back of your throat that can be like disfigured, which can make troubles and complications with breathing. So if you have more like a straighter chin, quote unquote, or stronger chin, that shows you have better genetics. So usually like average genetics, I would say. But either way, you know what I mean? Like I feel like for most people, you know, if you don't really have like a severe physical deformity, you're pretty much average. You know what I mean? Which again, like is a great thing. My weight doesn't go up by me eating, but it's not really going down either. It always, I will say 9 times out of 10 comes down to calories in, calories out. You know what I mean? I will say that the walking, the zone 2, I think heart rate, just walking will absolutely melt like the fat off your body. So it's like, I did see you start walking a lot more, which is good. You know what I mean? So, you know, maybe that can help. But, you know, depending on what processed foods you eat a lot of pizza and stuff like that. That's very, very unhealthy. And like the chicken, man, the fried chicken, that's also very unhealthy. So you might not understand how many calories you're getting from those types of things. You didn't laugh, emote my comment. Wild. Wild, Dark Virus. I love saying laughing my socks off now because saying it out loud sounds like I'm sounds like I'm saying I love my SO pretty fast. All right. Why not? Why not? My friends and I stopped using the 1 to 10 scale and use the binary scale. 1 to 10 is kind of pointless. What would matter is would or would not. Yeah, I actually like that, actually. That's very effective. Would or would not. I like that. You know what I mean? Because it is very, like, depending on who, you know, what you say 1 to 10. But I just say it's like average. Because, like, you know, like when I say average, you have your own point of average. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm communicating that. I need to ask something unrelated to her, and basically it was all good, but her girlfriend would now be very angry at me, so when I talked to both of them, so now we're besties. Okay, as long as everyone's having a good time. As long as everyone's having a good time. I mean, are you still attached to this person, even though, because I will say, me personally, I've never been able to, like, really detach from people when I'm attached to them. Sorry, I'm very restricted to the YouTube character limit. That's fair. I haven't had a Chicago deep dish pizza in some time now. I probably should eat technically too. My point of average is the mirror. You think you're average? You think you're average? That's cute. Plus I pretty much only drink water and sometimes a Monster. That's good. I never was a big soda drinker. Like a sody. I was definitely not a big soda drinker. My point of average in the mirror. What did that mean? I'm a little confused. Average 6'7"? You know what I mean? Like 6'7"? Like a nice voice? What does that mean? Real says Phosphire. The would versus would not is actually really good, not gonna lie, because that's 1 out of 10 always built. It could be better. You know what I mean? Okay, I like that. I feel happy with that one. I'm not anymore. Like, I talked it out, got over it, and now I don't bother her 24/7. I see. That's good. That's good. So what really helped you kind of break that, you know, addiction, I guess you could say, was her setting her boundaries? I think that's the problem with Dark Virus, is that nobody here is setting their boundaries. Well, they set them and they immediately break them. It's all your voice, your height, you're orphan, you're not average. You know what I mean? Damn, guys, I don't inflate my ego. This is how I stay humble. You literally was like... It was like when girls, they post a selfie of themselves, and it's very obviously they have makeup on, they have their hair done, and they have, like, nice clothes on, and they like, I'm ugly. You literally just did that. You know what I mean? You're literally fishing for compliments, and you're like, guys, you shouldn't have. Good God, shameless. Just lurking today, not gonna lie. Very real, Frostfire. Very real. It's a really good system we developed. Feel free to steal it. I haven't mentioned this, but the thought of going under groups of people, like in school, my turns, my stomach. The thought of going under groups of people. What does that mean? What does that mean? I am very confused. He really did. You know what I mean? He was fishing for compliments there. You know what I mean? The only thing that got his foot in the actual door, unironically, was his height and his voice. And he had the audacity. Not my intention to fish for compliments. Brackets. 6'7", by the way. Brackets. What are those called? They're not parentheses. Oh, they are parentheses. I always get parentheses and quotation marks, like the word, mixed up. I need to drink more water, especially after walking. Guys, I don't feel like I walked 10 miles. Am I really getting this used to it? I will say I have new shoes that fit properly, so maybe that was it. Going to places with a lot of people like school. Oh, okay. So a, what's it called? What is a specific name for it? I don't remember. Like a social anxiety. But that, again, probably comes back. Do you feel as though, that one, Leaf, that you think everyone, when you walk into a room, looks at you and think you're ugly? Is that it? Or a possibility? Those walking shoes are doing wonders for you. They really are. Like, they barely really hurt, I will say. It's okay, I feel the typos, Kaoza. Whatever. Ain't no way you did 10 miles already. I mean, I was walking for 3 hours. So it's like that's like around the pace. It just doesn't feel like I did it. But I will say, like, normally, I just split it up. But I am normally doing like 8, like, what is it? 11, 10, 11 walking a day. Why can't I speak? Self-reflection for a long time we didn't talk. First I complained. I see. So no contact. That's what I kind of think. Like no contact is usually the solution. Pretty much. I see that one leave. That I will say, have you ever had someone have a crush on you? Have you ever had that happen? Setting boundaries is also good. Following them was better. 10, 11 numbers. Listen here. Listen here, Dark Virus. Dark Virus, Dark Virus, Dark Virus. What are we going to do with you? What are we going to do with you? I think what we're going to do is we need to sit you down, probably on a, like, where I can talk to you voice to voice. That way it's like we can be more effective with our communication. And we need to think of like a plan for the future for you, and a plan where this girl is not in the picture, and what you can do to keep her out of the picture. You know what I mean? I have actually. So you've had people had a crush on you. So you do have tangible proof that some people have been attracted to you. So now that we have tangible proof, why do you think people think you're ugly? You know what I mean? I will say that one, Leaf, you have to understand, you're not going to be everybody's cup of tea. You know what I mean? You're just not. Some people might not like your height. They might not like your skin color. They might, for a woman, I can only think, they might not like my chest size. They might not like my leg size. You know what I mean? They may not like my waist size. You're not going to be everybody's cup of tea. Get over yourself. You know? Leaf 100% has girls crushing him on currently. You think so? Honey, you got a big storm coming. It's bad. Oh my god. Does she know about, because you said she watches your streams, does she know about like me and Tasato and Stella at all? I do ask, like how much is she in this? You know what I mean? Because that girl herself said that she's standards are very low, and of course I'm not gonna be the one for everybody. Yeah, but still, everyone says that, you know, they have low standards. But do you really believe her? You know what I mean? She may have just been saying that to like lower your confidence. Because like look, okay, so objectively look what I do to Tasato all the time. I'm very attracted to his height and his voice, blah 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 blah. But what am I always like? You're broke. You know what I mean? It's like I lower him down so it keeps him it keeps him wrapped around my finger. You know what I mean? She's probably doing something like that to you. And you fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. So now you're like, damn, well, if she thinks I'm bad, I guess she's the only thing I can ever stick with. I guess she's my only option. And then you actually consider getting with her. It's all a mind game. There was a recent development. She does know now, and it's horrible. What? There was a recent development. Can you enlighten me, my dear Dark Virus? What do you mean by that? More messages to block. So she does know now. Okay, does she know about everybody? And does she know about me? Does she know I'm talking ill of her? Because it makes it easier to talk ill to her face. But I do wonder. I'm broke for now. I'm irrelevant to her since I'm a man. I thought I had low standards. Turns out I don't. That's good. I never went for her, LML, neither did I consider it. But you see what I'm saying? No, I'm not saying you're thinking that, but she tried to do that in order to have more control on you. It's complicated. Well, listen here. I love puzzles. And I am pressing you right now. Because remember, everybody here, you know, wants the best for you. You know what I mean? They really, really do. They really do. You know? And I'm just saying, this girl is toxic. And I understand, well, Kayla, you don't know what she's been through in life. You know what I mean? That has no reason. Whatever she's gone through gives her no excuse or justification. It does kind of give it understanding, but it does give no reason for her to treat you the way she treats you. You know what I mean? Oh, but Kayla, I also treat her bad sometimes. You guys are terrible for each other. I'm gonna have to try so hard to keep other VTubers out of Fuku Star's chat when he goes live now. Is no other VTubers allowed in Fukustar's chat? Maybe verbally would be best. I see. And you're 100% accurate. And what you're saying. Like I said, I know her because she's me. I see. Want to know a fun, non-science related fact? Why not, Gorv? Perfect timing. I see what I mean. It makes sense too. You know what I mean? Because that's the thing is, like, the thing is debunked. Women, they master the arts of the dark arts. You know what I mean? They psychologically get in men's head. Because men are not really, like, the psychologically based like women are. So that's the women's, like, secret power. Is they can do the mind games. That's why men are always like, I don't know how women are confusing. Because they are. You know what I mean? They know how to get to people's heads. Can't mention you, Stellar, or anyone even if it's nice. Oh, Reina, I see. Some VTubers are like that. They're very, it's very interesting. I don't know why. I'm totally fine with other people mentioning other VTubers. But some people just don't like that. Did you just call me debunked? Maybe. You guys with your 6 billion Ds. Sure, as you may remember, me and my brother were born 4, 4, and 6, 6. I do remember. But I failed to mention the Discord, we were born 2 years apart as well. So I was born 2 years, 2 months, and 2 days before my brother. That is pretty fascinating. That was a great one. That was a good one. We're not psychologically based like women, and when we are, we turn to philosophers, and philosophers are miserable. Yeah, I'm starting to learn. I really do think once you kind of like figure out a lot of things in life, it's kind of rough, which is sort of funny. It's very interesting, actually. Men, the dark virus. You know what I mean? It's like, I know you said it's complicated. It's complicated. Let me think. You'll learn one day, Tasato. I don't think he will. That's the best part about men. Men are very, very simple creatures. Either that or great planning. I don't know if it'd be great planning. I found my squad mentioning other creators too, but they have to say nice things about them too. No tea. Okay, no tea allowed. That's fair, Reina. I like the no tea. You're right. Yeah, they really are. You know what I mean? You just give them a few compliments and it's game over for them. So that's why it sucks, because like sometimes I'm giving a man an earnest compliment and they're like, she's wife. I'm slowly trying to skinwalk Kyoza since the beginning. How do you think I got my protege status? That is true. IDK, this is bad, but so far women that have been attracted to me have been very childish. Like they would look up to me like I'm a serious adult despite us having a year difference at best. Yeah, I mean, you might just be an emotionally cold person. You know, depending on your characteristics, I do get I very rarely get masculine women attracted to me. It's very feminine women are attracted to me. So you probably just have masculine traits. I will say, kind of like the opposites attract. I will say every man in here is incredibly feminine. Gotcha. Gotcha. Every single man in here, incredibly feminine. And who am I? Masculine. Every last one of you. There's not a masculine man in here. Rough. Rough. Opposites truly do attract to that manner. You know what I mean? Every single one of them. I don't see how that's an insult. It's not. It's just a fact. It's just simply that, like, I'm masculine, and so I attract a feminine type of quote-unquote energy, if you will. You know what I mean? Men will take anything as flirt. You know what I mean? I was right when I thought that, though. Whatever. I love how Kara never mix of the pronunciation uses of protege and prodigy. How about you lock it up? You're so right. These effeminate men. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. Did I just catch a stray? You did. You did. Whoa. Dark Virus, the leader of them all. I promise you I'd do well in war. Laughing my socks off. No, I don't think you would actually. Like, I don't think you're a good candidate for the military. I think in the circumstances of you not knowing what to do with your life, you're a good candidate for the military. But emotionally, you're way too emotional. You know what I mean? You remember that Tasato has a 6-pack. I can confirm Tasato does not have a 6-pack. But Tasato, everybody except me. Happy Hearts, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing, Happy Hearts? I was walking on a treadmill earlier. I had problems, but I did do my 10 miles at least. So now I'm just chit-chatting at the cafe. Confirm? Am I a good military candidate? I think you are that one, Leaf. You're very obedient. You know, and you don't really have a lot of like conflict to get in the way. You know what I mean? So I will say, I think you'd be a good candidate. Well, that's what he asked for. First of all, no. And second of all, wow, that's like, technically that'd be something I'd ask for. You peek that? Oh god. Now Tasada's like, just, I know he's smiling from cheek to cheek right now. He's like, oh, look at this. I successfully hijacked the conversation, make it about me again. Oh god. So the military's for, to turn you into a good soldier. Yeah. Not, I would disagree. Sorry, my bad. It means as strong as biceps or a 6-pack. His biceps? No, not that either. Not that guys, Tasato needs some work. You know what I mean? Tasato needs some work. I'm obedient when it makes sense to me, LML. Very hard-headed. You just make sense to me. I could see that, but because you don't have a lot of confidence, even if it doesn't make sense to you, you have a highly likelihood of being obedient still. You know what I mean? Because you don't have a lot of confidence to like speak out and speak up. I peep everything else, Tasato, every word, every line between the lines. And yet, you still don't know what Tasato asked for his birthday. I don't read between the lines. If it wasn't printed, I wouldn't... If it wasn't printed, it was never meant to be seen. That's why you'll always remain a brainlet. Gotcha. This is gonna come across so rude, but how do you not get tired from chat of the silly banter or going back and forth? That's a great question. Again, like I think I just have really good patience, and I do like seeing. Again, like I've always said, it's so funny when people try to present themselves a certain way, and then they get comfortable, and they turn to this like monster demon, and so it's really funny to see like Tasato, for example, tried to present himself one way. And as soon as he gets comfortable, look at the whatever the hell this is. You know what I mean? And I find it very fascinating. So it's like I'm recording data as I interact and speak with him. You know what I mean? The circular conversation, what I meant, LOL, yeah, he's overall silly goofy. Yeah, I mean, it happens. You know, humans are repetitive creatures. Your VTuber looks so realistic. Why does it look like it changed a bit? I don't know. I think nothing but the lighting changed. Therapist Chaos breaks down everyone. Crying emoji. This is Dark Virus. Thank you, my dear, for the $2 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're experiments. You know what I mean? I'm recording data. Or data, however you said it, on all you guys. Probably the lighting. Yeah, it's probably the lighting and the background, I will say. But thank you, my dear Dark Virus. We will figure you out, my dear. Everyone has two sides. I don't think anybody has sides at all, because I think it's not really a side. You know what I mean? Because a side like implies like limits. You got a big storm coming. Listen here, Stella. What did he mean by that? What did he mean about it's complicated, and that she now knows? What did he mean by that? He won't tell me. So what do you think? Let's speculate. Let's speculate. By the way, am I a problem child or I'm meh? You don't open up enough, I will say, because like that one, Leaf, you're very, very... I feel like you're almost so insecure. You don't even talk about what's wrong with you. You know what I mean? I will say a lot of people, like, for example, I would say Tasato's insecure. Dark Virus is insecure. Debunk User's insecure. But they do have enough confidence to openly speak about what they're insecure about and what bothers them often. You don't really do that all often unless I pry for it. You see what I'm saying? Which is great that you open up when I pry, but I think you don't have enough confidence to truly be a problem child. You know what I mean? I do find feminine women to be most attractive. Maybe I'm just attracted to the wrong type of people, like the immature, which brings me back to the point of fine being signal. Yeah, I mean, if you're just fine being signal, you know what I mean? A lot of times, like, you have to be, you, as in yourself, have to be in a good, like, situation, like, financially, emotionally, mentally, physically, all of the above, to where you're truly happy with yourself, in order for you to, what the, anyway, in order for you to have a healthy relationship. Are we your kids? That's a great question. I think chat is my students and my children. I think that's what chat is. I took off my glasses. Hold on. You mentioned Discord before that she hates us, but that's a given. I'm not insecure. LOL, says Dark Virus, who cannot live without this woman who gives him constant reassurance that he is valuable. Gotcha. Because if you were secure, you would see her damaging ways, which you do, because you've acknowledged it, and you just be able to leave. Be like, I'm not gonna let this bitch waste my time anymore and ruin my life. If you truly were secure, gotcha. Feel like I don't open it enough here as well, says Raina. And feel free if you ever, if you ever want to. That's kind of like the whole shtick here. I bully the shit out of chat, and I'm like, all right, guys, let's talk about our feelings. I'm indeed insecure. I blame the brainworms. I think, okay, let me put up a little poll. Are you insecure? Start a poll. All right, hurry up, get out the way. Are you, it's obviously very openly vague for a reason. Are you insecure? Question mark. Yes. Wow. I love seeing everyone open up. It's so cathartic. Yeah, it really makes people realize that they're not alone. And that's what's so important about it. You know what I mean? Because a lot of... Oh my god. Give me a second real quick. I'm looking up something real quick. I got a, oh my god. Alright, whatever. Anyway. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm totally fine. I just... It's nothing bad. It's technically a good thing. I'm just like, oh god, that's gonna take work. You know what I mean? Gotcha. The thing is, I don't know how or what to say, so you really have to squeeze out of me. That's fair. A lot of people, like, that's also another thing, is I think a lot of men are capable of communicating and are capable of being emotional. They just don't know how to, like, start it, which is very fair. You know what I mean? She robs us for our feelings. Bully us to make us feel vulnerable and then have us pour our bruised hearts out. You gotta do what you gotta do. I instantly voted yes. Am I okay? Let's see. 58%. Indoor pizza or outdoor pizza? Low-key outdoor pizza. Thank you, Nebris. I appreciate it. Pizza outdoors is like the best. Middle East cough? No, that does exist. But like, what does that have to do with anything? Do we gotta do? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Well, whole chat is weak. Get good chat. Raina, we have to be nice. Raina is very, very secure with herself, but we have to be nice because Raina, sometimes people were not, raised by really good parents. And so thus their insecurity is really not their fault. You know what I mean? So we have to be compassionate and be nice to them. And so we have to help them learn how to build the confidence from scratch, which is not too hard. It just takes a lot of time. Outdoor hits different, I agree. You know what I mean? Like outdoor pepperoni pizza? I have something to ask for. What is it, my dear child? Would it be possible that you bully me a bit to more squeeze things out of me more? Sure. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's such a... It's some of those things where it's like, you're like, wow, I was never expecting that sentence. Can you bully me more? But it is said in such an earnest and heartwarming way. It's like touching. So it's like, how do I want to bully that? You know what I mean? I know what you mean. Alright, guys. Bullying that one leave is, mission operative. Let's see. I might do something else for now. Join the fun later. See you later, happy hearts. Appreciate you stopping by. I have special ways of saying things. It was said in the most leave way possible. It was so polite, and it's like, you know, he wants it for, like, self-growth and self-reflection. But again, that one leave, again, back to you. You just, it's just, I gotta do, like, a stream, like, how to build you guys' confidence. You know what I mean? Life is too short. I don't know, to be a pussy, to be, like, so real. For lack of better terms. Like, who cares? Like, guys, who cares if someone finds you weird? Who cares if someone finds you ugly? You have to always remember, I'm not gonna be everybody's cup of tea. And that's fine. You know what I mean? Who cares? Who cares if somebody finds you fat? Who cares if someone finds you skinny? Why do you care? Consider the source of who's saying that. You know what I mean? That meant I had to work with being nicer, says Raina. I kind of agree with that. Community, we have a new objective. We have to bully Leaf until he cries and open up to us. I will say, starting that one, Leaf, you're a little, okay, let me think. It's very silly that you're so obsessed with video games. It's giving child, it's getting infant. You know what I mean? And although you like the little dinosaurs, it's very cute. Hello, Mel. How are you doing? Although you like the dinosaurs, it's very, very cute. It is very unrealistic in these circumstances to pursue so much of your desires, chasing after things that are extinct. And you might need to set your goals a little bit more realistic of what you can do with your life. There you go. How was that one? Stop being a bitch. Get the work done. You know, I will say, like, again, I'm my biggest fault. The reason why I'm not growing, you know, as a VTuber or whatever, is because I'm just not putting in the effort. That's just the fact. I have to be realistic. You know what I mean? So you have to understand, which sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm fine with that. But I'm very, very realistic. I have nobody to blame but myself. There's no little special algorithm. There's no my VTuber model's not good enough. I simply don't want it enough. And there are probably aspects in you guys' lives that you really don't want it enough. You know, that's just the reality of the situation. And again, there's nothing wrong with not wanting it. But that's just, you have to take that into consideration. I always found being weird to be a great compliment. I never tried to be normal. That's fair. I'm aware about the video games. I only played about 2 hours. So that 2 hours too damn much, boy. 2 hours of video games? You know what I mean? You have like 12 hours a day, because it's like, let's say you're in bed for like 8-9 hours, and it's gonna take you some time to get up and get ready. So you have 12 hours. You used 2 hours to play video games. What did you get? Tell me, my dear. What did you get of value out of playing video games for 2 hours? I do ask. Okay, it was a therapy session, I see. Maybe. Maybe. I was about to defend him out of reflex. Time to disappear, says Dari B. I appreciate you being here. Is that Rance? It looks like Rance as your profile picture. And while being a paleontologist is like the first dream I ever had, I understand that. I understand, but is it realistic? Is it realistic? The thing is like, you don't have to be a paleontologist. To me, I interpret it as like, you want to get paid to study dinosaurs. You know, who's gonna pay you? Who's gonna pay you to study dinosaurs? Oh wait, I forgot I was in bully mode. Yeah, we're doing the bully thing, you guys. Keep up. Unrealistic, yes, but it's not impossible. I had a professor who was active on an archaeological dig while teaching the class. I had a professor. So you had somebody who had established career as a professor and who obviously got paid for it. So he had the extra resources to do these kind of side quests, such as paleontology. It's a far dream, but it's not impossible. Then take Datmanleaf's considerations that he's not a very good student, he doesn't like education, and it's very unlikely that he'll ever become a professor. It's possible, don't get me wrong, but it's very unlikely given enough circumstances. You see what I'm saying? See, it's hard not to defend our little German boy. I'm just doing what I'm asked. It's very easy for me. Give me your lunch money. You know what I mean? So yeah, I agree. A professor, they have a gazillion resources, you know, especially if you're, like, what is it, the tenure for the schools and stuff like that? It's very, very hard. No, her career as a professor was because she was an archaeologist first. I see. Wait, bully? No, we have to bully. So your average grade is a C. That one, Leaf. I understand. It's like, I understand this is a dream of yours. But how many people get paid to do paleontology? Is that how you say it? I'm learning at home, just listening every now and then. I could do an A or B at best. But neither. I will say, but that one, Leaf, the thing is like the best part though, like for example, I could quote unquote say it would be a dream to be a psychologist. It'd be a dream to be a philosopher. It'd be a dream to be, I don't know, a therapist. Or you can just make that like your hyper fixated hobby, a paleontology. So that way it's cheap, it's free, and there's no stress attached to it. So rather than trying to find a career in paleontology, you could just make it an obsession. And technically a very easy way down the road is if you do make some sort of like social media content with it, like if you do YouTube videos on it, you do reels on it or whatever, and you can garner money that way. To me, that sounds like a little bit more of a realistic approach to that, rather than hoping to be hired by somebody to do paleontology. You need to strive to be the best. You're going to be in a competitive field like that. You need better grades. Yeah, it's like you have... Sometimes, like, for example, that one, like, I could never be a doctor, even though I'm very... Like, I like the medical field, because I can't do math. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that. I know my strengths. I know my weaknesses. But it doesn't mean I have to stop myself from learning all the things that I learn about the health industry and healthcare and medication and stuff like that. So maybe, you know... Rather than striving to be a paleontologist, I swear to God, I say that word differently every time I say it out loud. Just, yeah, make it a very highly desired hobby, like, you know, hobby of yours, to be interested in it. You know what I mean? Because I will say, you have mentioned feeling kind of lost in life of like what you want to do. And I will say choosing a really hard path like that is only going to create burnout for you. And it is, you're right, funny enough, very similar situation to Deborah, because I do believe he's burning himself out too. You know what I mean? Last one was the correct one. Paleontology. I feel like I said it wrong again. It takes a lot of mental fortitude. You know what I mean? It's very, it sounds good to say it's my dream, but rather like, okay, so how do I say this? It's like when I was a kid, it was never my dream to be an artist. But I did put a lot of my extra energy and effort into being an artist. And then I just became an artist naturally. You know what I mean? But I never once said it was my dream to be an artist. But because I never gave up on my interest of art, it turned into a career. You know what I mean? Paleontology. Yeehaw. So I think more pressing matters because like you are 17. Like, do you have any goals for the future? And like what you want to do with your life? Other than paleontology, you know what I mean? Because like, do you even know like how you're going to get a paleontology job? You know? And I will say, I am being a doomer, don't get me wrong. But in the rise of AI and information and stuff like that, it's like, I feel like highly educated jobs and specialized jobs might be like, I don't know, deteriorating, but I'm not a professional. It wasn't your dream to be an artist. You simply were one like that. Yeah, kind of like that. Like, that's how, like, you know what I mean? And because, like, I never really fixated on expecting something back out of it, expecting money out of it, expecting a career out of it, I was able to approach it in such a stress-free, like, environment. I became, like, naturally really good at it. You know what I mean? Because, like, there's a lot of pressure that comes with, you know, expecting something out of it. Which, like, a lot of people go to college, they're like, I'm gonna go for this degree. And they put so much pressure on themselves during college for the degree. And then after, they put a lot of pressure on themselves, like, why don't I have this job with this degree? And, you know, it's like, because, like, stress is very, very important. My pursuit for my career does burn me out from time to time. I'd say very frequently. You're 17? Yeah, that only was 17. You can't really get into an AI to dig up bones and study that. You're definitely correct about it all. Are there, I don't know, I'm asking, are there so many dinosaur bones to be dug up? Or is there like a finite amount of them? I feel like, you know what I mean? I feel like there might be a finite. You know what I mean? And the people who are digging them up, like, I feel like when they find like an important dinosaur, they would prefer someone with years and years and years of experience to dig it up than someone brand new. You know what I mean? There are millions, but if finite. Oh, sweet, so am I. I had no clue what to do in life, lol. It seems like a very common theme. And I will say, I think it's very unfair. I will say, like, there's nothing we can do about it. It's very unfair to expect children, anybody under the age of 25, by the way, as a child, to know what they're going to do with the rest of their life or their career, because your brain isn't even fully developed. You know what I mean? So it's a very tough time period. I did the exact same thing. I was fortunate enough to not be able to afford college. So I was forced into the military, and that's how I found kind of like an inkling of what I wanted to do. It was kind of like forced onto me. I used to be a very good student, literally brought home trophies for being top of class, but at some point it just became worse. I became the ADHD, PTSD, humor situation for the time. It could be a mixture of all, but it's like, I would highly suggest, I'd highly suggest it's probably getting like a lot of pressure of it, you know? People don't understand how much mental pressure can destroy you. And because they don't understand like how much it can destroy you, if it's very insidious, and it destroys you, and then you're like, how the hell did I just ruin my life from literally nothing? You know what I mean? But that's because of how insidious it is. 4 hours later in chat and 44 likes later, what's been happening, says Raina. Are we at 44 likes? 44 likes, guys. We're at 44 likes. I was just about to say, it seems like everyone here had to make life-altering decisions at 17, and that's just, unfortunately, the tough reality of the world. But I will say, for most adults, they do change their mind and you will survive. You know what I mean? You might get a degree in something that you never use a degree in. You will survive. You know? Humans are very, very resilient creatures. You know? You may never get a degree. You will survive. Hello, I'm back. Welcome back, Ivy. You will figure it out. You've figured it out so many times in the past. You figured it out so much you're in the position you're in right now in life. You know what I mean? You've always figured it out. You'll figure it out in the future too. You know what I mean? I would say almost everybody in modern society has to make the decision in the 16 to 20 range. Yeah, and it's like, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of criticism of it. But it's just like, there's really not much we can do about it. So it's like, we can only handle it to the best of our ability. I got a degree in computer networking and 40K down the drain, but I made it, guys. White wife. You see what I'm saying? You never know. You never know. God, these allergies are killing me. Hold on. God, it feels so amazing. So amazing to rub my eyes. But you will figure it out. There's so much to be handled right now. Let me see real quick. You did say, Stella, that your professor was an archaeologist at first. Again, also, that's where I was going with that one. That one, Leaf, are you going to college? I don't know how college works in the foreign country. Because I don't know, it's just, to me that's very, very expensive. I figured out only recently. Hold on. I'm losing my train of thought. Give me a second. Or excuse me, spot. I figured out recently what I want to do with my life, but because I was bad at school and very specifically math, I cannot enter most universities because of low grade. Yeah, I kind of realized that was my path too. I can't do math. You know what I mean? I do think today's youth needs to toughen the fuck up though, says Dark Virus. I can agree with you, and I will say we are in a very self-masturbatory environment where any sort of stress is kind of like being treated as like an enemy here. But because they are born into these environments that are very, very stress-free, we have to handle their stressful situations with care and teach them properly. But I agree with you, but we have to, what's it called? You have to approach it in a very opening way. Look at me, guys. Years wasted with nothing to show. Oh, I lost my computer keeps sticking, sorry. And it like keeps scrolling super high. Look at me, guys. Years wasted with nothing to show, but finally on the right path with the love of my life. Who's the love of your life, my dear? As your newly appointed bully, my once current suggestion is not to get a PhD in art history like that one guy's on Hell's Kitchen. You heard him. Why the hell am I missing? I burned my beef. Sorry to hear that, Raina. Wow, you're all really inspiring me not to give up on life. Is that sarcasm? I can't tell if that's sarcasm or not. Because I definitely say don't give up, of course. You know, there's so many options. College is probably free since he's European. You figure it out before, you'll figure it out again. That's life, ain't it? Things are constantly thrust at you and you just work through it one way or another. Yeah, you know what I mean? You know, you will figure it out. We don't have college, but more specialized schools, but we have free intuition. Okay. Free intuition in Germany. All right, that's fair. Sometimes you work through it in a good way, sometimes you... What is happening? Hold on, my screen just refreshed and everything went pink. What is my computer doing? Okay, give me a second, you guys. I lost my chat. There we go. Sometimes you work through it in a wrong way, but you get through it either way. And when you work through it, it went all pink. You know what I mean? What happened? It's actually kind of funny. Even if you work through it the wrong way, address and identify you handled it incorrectly. And to the best of your ability, just try not to make that mistake again in the future. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's understandable for people to cope in certain ways, but it's not healthy. Address the fact that it's not healthy, and then try and do better in the future. That's really all you can do. You know what I mean? Because there are definitely things that I've not handled, like, appropriately, or I could have handled them better. You know what I mean? Need to know your audience when talking about stress and how soft... Need to know your audience when talking about stress and how soft the younger generation is. I can agree. It's a little vague, but I can agree. Pink room and pink screen. I know, my computer is like... It's really strange because it's like sticking. Are you sure it wasn't white or black, but your room was so pink it made the screen pink? I will say it was definitely pink because I think like what am I using? Microsoft Edge, the browser itself, like the window was pink, and so it just like cleared my entire thing. It was really strange. Does Chaos that Leafy? Because Chaos know that Leafy's uncanonically British. I didn't know he was uncanonically British. That's for sure. Remember to make sure you learn a lesson from your mistake. Only way you can try to move on without regret. Exactly. BRB need a toilet break, says that one, Leaf. That's so, okay, that's fair. You guys are so funny. It is getting super windy here. Oh, it looks like it might storm. That's exciting. Let me check the weather real quick. Yeah. I think, oh god, I have so many notifications on my phone. It's a joke. Okay. It rained for 5 minutes here and I'm desperate for more. Let me see what I'm at for weather. It says light rain for the next hour. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, windy and rain. Oh, Dark Virus, you're back. That's what I was gonna mention. I think you're back. Yeah, you were. I think you were back. I put stuff out on the curb and it was like those old Billy shelves. I had people like going through my stuff. And a person actually came with their car and took my my Billy shelf. And it was like, so there's only one shelf installed, and they took it. And I was like, that was very weird. I'm like, that was very Dark Virus coded, however. going through trash. I was like, that's Dark Virus. That's really the only thing you can do is move forward and learn. You know what I mean? And I wish people were more open to learning. You know what I mean? Like listening and learning, as corny as it sounds. You know what I mean? Because everything has something, everybody has something. I cannot speak for the life of me today. Everybody has something they can teach one another. You know, I learn from chat all the time, believe it or not. Tasato may be brain dead. I still learn a lot from him. I would have taken the shit out of that Billy, but it didn't have the extra shelves. You know, like how it only has like one standard shelf in between? There was no extra shelves. Why would you take that? You know what I mean? My eyes burnt. Mine too. Welcome back, that one, Leaf. My toxic traits that anyone who voted no is a liar. 100% Chun Chuns. 100%. How are you doing, my dear? I missed the walk. Yes, I'm sorry, my dear Dempa fish. I'm so sorry. I definitely... My model's cute. Thank you. I did my 10 miles. I did a little bit more than 10, I think. I know I'm just chillaxing. You learn from us? I do. I do. I learn about you guys' coping behavior. I learn about you guys' insecurities. I learn about how you guys, like, try to, handle yourself in social situations. I learn a lot from you guys. Your cute brain dead future husband. Heart emoji says Tasato. Something KO was a touch. Drama. I can teach pull-ups. Okay, do you do pull-ups with your thumb under the bar or over the bar? Allegedly, putting your thumbs over the bar when you pull-ups makes you more effective on them. You said in general, are you insecure? Not do you have insecurity? So of course it'd be no's. Whatever those words meant. You already finished your 10 miles? Yeah. And it's really windy outside, so I might go for an outdoor walk as well. Guys, I'm becoming too powerful. The 10 miles felt like absolutely nothing on me. Oh, so he's back to boyfriend at most. That's true. It's complicated. Dude. It is so insanely windy right now. Anything else you'd like to acquire? No, sometimes again, like, I have to gather my thoughts. And that's why I'm like, saying, like, you know, like, it looks like I'm procrastinating, like, doing, like, a lot of things. But I have to gather my thoughts properly. Because, well, I don't think you answered my question. Like, what do you want to do? Like, what are your plans for your life when you become an adult? I don't think you answered that. Yeah, I started with under, like, gripping the whole bar, but now above. Yeah, supposedly above is the best way to do this. So no second stream? It's possible. It's possible. Oh my, greedy Dark Virus. Greedy, greedy, greedy. If Dark Virus had his choice, I'd be streaming 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day. So like the palm of my hand is covered. What? Yeah, you'd have to draw an example of that because I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry about that. I have no damn clue. And does that bring you anxiety to not know what you're doing for the future? Because I will say, confidence is also, anxiety is also the opposite of confidence. So, if you have a lot of anxiety for the future, that also could be tanking your confidence. Because I know when I get anxious about, like, things that I have to do and perform and blah, 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 things that are expected of me, it tanks my confidence. And next, you know, I'm like fucking insecure about the stupidest shit. You know what I mean? Chaos' instant stamina ability is kind of overpowered. Dead serious. Low key. That 10 miles felt like nothing. I could probably do 20 miles. I just gotta get my feet a little adjusted to these shoes some more. Do what you want to do, my dude, says the Debunk. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. And especially coming from someone as privileged as you, Debunk user, as somebody who had their parents help them pay for their student loans to go to pilot school. Do what you want to do, though. I wish I was in your situation, my Debunk user. Be courteous. And now we're gonna have the... No, I didn't mean it like that. No, I'm so sorry. No, I'm just kidding. I think if you had the choice, you'd stream all day, too. You know what I mean? Definitely not need your rest. Squeaky caring boy. You're so funny for that. Like, the bar is covered in my... The bar is covered in my... Okay. I do wish you were in my shoes, too. I don't. I saw how you turned out. I don't. That only makes one of you. I saw how you turned out. I'm not too impressed. That's why we're working on you, my child. You can't win. You can't win. That's me right now, but I'm really trying not to ruminate too much and live life function. Yeah. Rumination is absolutely the worst. You know what I mean? Because it got to go, see you later on. Poor Debunk user. I saw how that movie ended. Thank you, K, over the stream. Toodaloo, Ron. Turned out at 19. I will say, even so, my 19, a lot different from a Debunk user's 19. I certainly wasn't whatever the hell Debunk user is, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? But the thing is what made me, what made me so quote unquote powerful, strong as far as my confidence is I hyper observed the people around me. And I know how common insecurity is, incompetence is, unintelligent behavior. And so I'm like, if I'm just a little bit slightly above those areas, you're above a fuck ton of people. You know, the best thing that ever happened to me is I joined the military when I was like, technically when I was 17. And I went to boot camp and I saw people in their raw, I don't know, human form. I mean, we're all naked together. There's no doors, guys. When you're in the bathroom in the military and boot camp, there's a bunch of stalls, probably 20 stalls in a bathroom, and not a single stall has a door. So when you're using the restroom, you're just looking dead at the person across from you. Absolutely wild. You know what I mean? So it put you in this position that you became very, very close to your fellow human. You know what I mean? And you saw them in vulnerable states, quite literally. When you're doing exercises, 90% of the women would start crying. I'm like, dude, if you just don't cry, you're above 90% of the people. You know what I mean? Total nosebleed. I don't know about nosebleed. Rumination sucks. I agree. You especially, Tasato. My ruminating king. I did a solid shot at doing... I got a solid shot. You do have a solid shot. If you continue to progress, you definitely do have a solid shot for sure. You know what I mean? So, but learning again, like how... I don't know, how like it's so common to be like... It's so common for humans to be weak. It gave me strength, as insane as that sounds. You know what I mean? And kind of the same sense where it's like when you're opening up about your personal problems and you understand other people have those problems too, it makes you feel stronger because you're like, I'm not alone. You know what I mean? So that really, really helped me. The crying and stuff, it sounds sad, to be honest. To me, I was not sad. Hello, Veryl. How are you doing? To me, it wasn't sad because if you go into the military, you're going to be made to exercise like that. It's like it's boot camp. You know what I mean? You quite literally signed up to exercise. And so whenever they were forced to exercise, they would start crying. And I just can't, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? There's a very big disconnect there when you join the military and then cry when you have to exercise. And it's like, what did you expect? You know what I mean? I'm doing good. That's good to hear. I just smeared my glasses. Hold on. I need to find my cleaner. Where is it at? Oh god. Anyway, I think I'm gonna wrap up stream. Is a barf. I never knew you were in the military. Yeah, I was in the Navy. That was my my first career path in life. I was in the Navy. And then I got kicked out of the Navy, LOL. And now I draw pictures. Boo, says Hydronix. Okay, listen here. I'm sitting here in this really awkward, moist sweat. But it's not like... It's really weird because I just finished a workout. And I'm sitting on a towel on my chair. And so it's kind of just really awkward, you know what I mean? Like, were they crying because of exhaustion, also feeling like, fuck, I have to be as my last resort of life? No, it's just, as soon as they were told that they had a, it's called being dropped, where it's like, you have to, like, say your company performed incorrectly, you're getting dropped later is what it's called, where it's just, they make you do push-ups and stuff like that. And you don't even, realistically, you don't even have to do the push-ups correctly, you just have to look like you're doing the push-ups. And when they found out they were getting dropped, they would start crying. You know what I mean? Thank you for the stream. Have a good walk later. Hell yeah. Send me the towel, says Tasato. If I was around, that towel would never be soaked. I mean, damn, that's crazy. I don't know how to... Ah, okay, I get it. Oh god, my freaky chat. My freaky chat. Don't say moist sweat. Are you feeding Tasato's imagination? But you know what I mean? Because like the room is like this weird moisture now. So, whatever that is. Stream was great though, says Tasato. Oh god, I'm gonna have to stream later. Later today, later tomorrow. Oh lord. Freaks, you know what I mean? Thanks for the stream, Gore. Thank you for being here. For free. You know what I mean? Broke. Anyways, I'll see you guys in the Discord later. And I'll figure out my streaming, my next stream, someday. Where's my wave? There we go. Wait, are you leaving? It says dark. Yeah, I'm like awkwardly sweating because it's like I finished the exercise. I'm just like sitting. You know, I'll figure it out. I'll likely stream. I don't know if later today. I'll see what's on my schedule. I have some stuff I have to take care of. Maybe I'll stream later today again for a little trauma dump situation. Maybe I'll figure it out. Anyways, goodbye, you guys. See you later.